Ready?
Yes, Fred. Good.
Three. You've got to intercept it. Four.
Come on!
Still zero. Make them make the long pass.
Make them.
That's it.
Actually,
Abby, giving up. Giving up.
You do the old
Great.
Get set. Building! Hold it then.
Peggy two.
Smash it. Tackle it. Finish it.
Yellow goal. Yellow ball. Play.
Freeze! Get out! Freeze! Freeze! Keep it low. Very little, very little.
Oh.
Hey.
Right, lovely ball.
Oh. Nice, we can run with it, remember.
That's a great
Oh,
pass.
Hammy.
That's a great pass.
Chaz! Chaz! Let's go! Hands is open, hands is open. Yeah, run with the hands. That's it, hands. Running, keep running with it. Yeah, hands. Finish it. That's yours, this.
Choose freedom, choose adventure, choose leisure.
Can I pay tribute to the amazing Kent fans who've travelled all the way to Edgbaston. It hasn't been the happiest of hunting grounds for us in the last 10 years, but I hope this makes it all worthwhile. Thank you.
He's gone. Dilly brought back from the pavilion end has done the job. Elam, he could be in doubt and he's out. Splendid throw by Alan Elam.
And that is 4 runs to Aravinda de Silva.
Sun really shining through here now. It's truly a great sight.
Good stroke. Staying much too much down the leg side there. 6 runs the penalty. It was beautifully picked up by Bob Woolman. And the Kent side and the Kent supporters absolutely delighted.
Super Kent is about right. Tremendous game of cricket they've played here today, culminating a wonderful run for them in this competition.
Well, hello there, good afternoon. Welcome to the start of the Vitality Blast 2020. This is Steve Watts alongside Dave Fulton. We're going to be bringing you the live stream of Kent's home matches in the Blast for this season. I was just about to say, Dave, welcome to everyone to the Spitfire ground. Sadly, some big brains have decided it's still not quite the right time to have a crowd in, so this is the next best thing, a live stream of what should be, well, it will be quick, and a very exciting Vitality Blast.
Yeah, some habits die hard, Steve, don't they? Well, it's the best we can do in these COVID times. But yes, live stream every single ball, and hopefully we will be able to bring it to you, bring the action, and 2 good sides at the start of what should be a really good competition. Because I've certainly felt that the Bob Willis Trophy has been all about planning for next season. I get the sense that this is about winning a trophy. 2020 is what a lot of the players want to be part of, and the trophy that a lot of them want to win the most. So yeah, a lot at stake.
As you alluded to there, this particular fixture in recent seasons has really thrown up some terrific games. A couple of them have been the Alex Blake show, haven't they? Phoenix on the Flames job when Kent have been in serious trouble, but usually these two put on a bit of a show, and it doesn't always have to be with big runs on the board.
No, it doesn't. Two very talented sides. Both teams have got. I'm looking at Chris Wood on the screen there in the white cap. He's a white ball contract, a kind of T20 and short form expert. And you mentioned Alex Blake, who's played so well against Hampshire in previous years. He, of course, is on a white ball contract as well. So it's the modern way of things. But lots of talent. We see Matt Milnes, who's been amongst the wickets, and Grant Stewart in the foreground. There's hugely talented sides. And of course, we also welcome back a man who's got 267 in the last Test match. So Zach Crawley there on screen. What an absolute thrill for him, his family, and Kent fans to witness that. It was brilliant, wasn't it?
It was absolutely fantastic. If we have a look back or a think back to last year's Vitality Blast, very much a competition of two halves, the qualifying stages for Kent. Is it too simplistic to say it was the half with Mohammed Nabi and the half without?
Well, I think they fell away, Kent, didn't they? Those last 3 or 4 games, and games they would have hoped and expected to have won. They got themselves into good positions, couldn't quite get over the line. But I think that the litmus test of any team is how they can learn from those experiences. So yes, when they had their overseas players, Mohammed Nabi was fantastic. You suddenly lose them, Adam Milne as well. They go, and then the formula that you've had and has been so successful, that the key ingredients in that formula get taken away. It's tough for guys to come in and win those matches, but they will be stronger for that learning experience, and I fully expect them to be really competitive in this South Group.
And based on that form from the first half of last year's competition, Kent, I should think, must have realistic high hopes of really doing something quite special in this year's Blast.
Yeah, I'd expect them to go well. You know, as we see Callum Haggett, I mean, bouncing a ball on the edge of his bat. That's well, I was going to say he was going quite well. It's windy out there. You've only got to look at his barnet. There's a few good barnets on show. Not everyone's been able to get to the hairdresser. But yeah, look, I expect them to do well. They've got a lot of talent, and I think the Zach Crawley impact of just what he did in the Test match, it just gives everyone a massive lift. You know, if Zach can do that at the age of, was he 22?
Yep.
Zach, and you've got the likes of Ollie Robinson at 20 and one or two other. You've got a young side, which suggests inexperience. Of course it does. But when one of your young players performs like that, everyone else is thinking, well, if he can do it, I can do it. You know, and there's not the scarring or the baggage of years and years of kind of underachievement. These are guys who are fresh, exciting, that want to emulate that man on screen. And yes, there's no Sam Billings. Yes, there's no Joe Denley. So they will be obviously big misses. But there's still an awful lot of quality. And they'll be well led by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who I think this has probably become his best format. Because he hasn't probably got the red ball runs that he would have liked. So a bit for him to prove as well. So a combination of young, hungry players and some senior players with a bit to prove. It's a good concoction.
And today's opponents, Hampshire, you mentioned a couple of the big names missing for Kent. They're missing some as well. Hampshire, they do have a good pedigree in this competition. They do seem to be very up and down. One good year, one not so good.
Yeah, well, they won in 2010, 2012. That, of course, Sam Northeast, who will need no introduction to Kent fans. Former captain here, very fine player. He will be leading Hampshire in the absence of James Vince. James Vince's wife is close to giving birth, so he's not going to be playing the first couple of games for Hampshire. So big role for Northeast. He'll relish coming back and playing here at the Spitfire ground against his former county, and we've seen it before, haven't we? We saw it in the Lord's final sometimes. Yeah. These former players come back to haunt you. But yeah, the likes of Chris Wood, hugely experienced. Liam Dawson is the other one who's missing, of course, who was in that World Cup squad, didn't play, but he had a really nasty Achilles injury, so he's going to be gone for the rest of the season. So he's another big miss for Hampshire. They're Colpack players of whom they got a few not around, but still lots of talent. You know, you think of someone like a Mason Crane who's been on the England frame. So lots of ability, two good sides. Interesting to see how this fella goes as well. Jack Leaning, brilliant double 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy match. Has got a decent white ball pedigree as well. So.
Yeah, I was excited when Kent signed Jack Leaning. You know, some new signings perhaps give you more of a buzz than others. One thing we must touch on. One of the first things you did when you got here was show me your aim radar on your phone. Now then, we're just happy to be here. We're excited about the start of the Blast. Hopefully, I've never been more hopeful of the Kent/Canterbury microclimate doing its absolute best today, because the forecast isn't wonderful. Fingers crossed it misses us. Yeah,
well, the forecast is really disappointing. I think 3:30 it might be coming in, and I said to Walks, we're going to hear from Matt Walker a little bit later. Just did an interview with him a little while ago, and we said, you know, if you could just both teams agree, get a 7-over game in before the rain comes, you'd get that match in. Whether you're going to get 20 overs and anything of a second innings remains to be seen. But yeah, I hope that microclimate is right, and I hope the forecast is wrong, because it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look wonderful. Fingers crossed it is completely wrong. We've had a lot of experts this summer. Not all have been right. It's the Kent Spitfires against Hampshire. First match in this year's Vitality Blast at the Spitfire ground. The toss is going to be taking place fairly soon, a few minutes at 1:30. We're going to try and have a look at it from a long way away, aren't we, from the boundary's edge? Try and work out what's going on.
Yeah, well, at the moment we're looking at Nigel Long, of course, another man of this parish, talking to Sound North East. Graham Cowdery will be the match referee, and he's alongside Daniel Bell-Drummond. So, yeah, the toss we will bring you as best we can, but, yeah, we have to stay. We can't set foot on the hallowed turf, Steve, is the problem.
We are not allowed, but we are inside the Spitfire ground, not in the playing area. I'll continue thanks to Spitfire, of course, Shep Beneem, and all of our terrific partners. Toss is just taking place. Our shots from the file, try and bring you news of who's won. Looks like Kent might have won it, but we'll confirm who's doing what and that toss result for you in just a moment. Dave, if we do get a completed game in here, say rain gets involved and then we manage to get a finish with Duckworth-Lewis, generally what do you want to be doing if you win the toss?
You want to be bowling, really, Steve. I think in this situation with a bit of rain around, I think that's generally the formula that most captains like to work from. It's just nice to know what you're doing, Duckworth-Lewis, what you've got to chase down. So I think I've just seen a Kent signal. We think Daniel Bell-Drummond has won the toss, and we think he might be bowling, but we're just waiting for confirmation. This is the problem in the COVID age with being 150 yards away. We also can't have a close look at the surface, but I would imagine there's been a little bit of rain around this week. And yeah, there you go. Kent win the toss and bowl, and we can just bring you this team as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond, Zach Crawley, Ollie Robinson, Jack Leaning, Alex Blake, Jordan Cox, Grant Stewart, Callum Haggett, Matt Milnes, Imran Quam and Freddie Klassen. And for Hampshire, we've got Munsey, Allsop, North East, Weatherly, McManus, Fuller, Holland, Curry, Wood, Stevenson and Crane. So we will just we will bring you those again a little bit later. But I think a good toss for Kent to win, albeit it could be futile if this rain kicks in as we're anticipating.
It could be, but as we were just saying, should we get a completed game in, should we get a result here, against the weather odds at the moment, let's be honest, that's the first objective achieved by Daniel Bell-Drummond, getting a bowl first. Yes,
and I think this is a really big competition for Daniel Bell-Drummond. You know, he hasn't got the runs he would have liked in the championship, so yeah, important that he captains well, and important that he scores some runs as well. But it's been a while since we've been playing 2020, so how about a little reminder of the rules?
Each match is played by two teams of 11 players. Some are batters, some are bowlers, and there's one wicket-keeper. Both teams have a chance to bat and bowl. Look out for the coin toss. That's how they decide which team bats or bowls first. Each team has 20 overs to score as many runs as possible. The team with the most runs wins the game. One over is made up of 6 good deliveries from the bowler. To score runs, batters hit the ball and run between the stumps. If the ball reaches the boundary, it's 4 runs, and if it gets there without bouncing, that's a 6. While the batting team are scoring runs, the bowling team are trying to stop them and get the batters out by taking wickets. A few ways batters can be out are bowled, caught, run out, stumped, and LBW. Watch out for signals from the umpires, 4s, 6s, wickets, and these when a bad delivery has been bowled. Bad deliveries add runs to the batting team's score, and the bowler must bowl an extra ball. If you see the umpire doing this, the next ball is a free hit, and the batter cannot be out, bowled, caught, LBW, or stumped. And those are all the basics you need to know to get behind your team in this year's Vitality Blast competition.
Choose freedom, choose adventure, choose leisure.
Now, if you just joined us, news is for this first Vitality Blast match of the 2020 season. Kent Spitfires have won the toss. Daniel Bell-Drummond in charge for the Spitfires. Sam Northeast captaining Hampshire. But Daniel Bell-Drummond won the toss for the Kent Spitfires, who have elected to bowl first. I know Dave Fulton, who's alongside me, you particularly enjoyed that little recap of the rules video then.
I did like the recap of the rules. The man who was voicing the rules package, an absolute pro, and I think I'm fair to say available for more voiceover work should anyone be watching this.
Very
Contact
available.
Kent County Cricket Club, the great Steve Watts there. But enough from Steve, enough from me. Let's hear from the Kent head coach. I called up with Matt Walker a little bit earlier. Matt, I'm watching the boys warm up today. They look in decent fettle. They're very much looking forward to this competition.
Yeah, I think everyone does, don't they? I think it's the time of the year where everyone gets very excited. T20, it's that period where everyone wants to be involved, and it's high pace, high tempo, exciting cricket. We had a good four weeks of 4-day cricket. Boys have played really good, some really good cricket. There's a couple of good results, and we come into this format in a really good spot.
How difficult is it to pick your final 11 with everyone champing at the bit to play?
Yeah, it's always tricky, and will be tricky. I think across all our formats, we've got a squad developing now that is very competitive amongst each other. All want to play. It's been a highlight. I suppose the positive thing of this year is that we're able to give younger players opportunity. There's no overseas. There's England players unavailable, so players will get opportunity. But everyone wants to play. Everyone wants to play T20. It's getting trickier, certainly, but we've picked a side we think will win this game, and it's not to say we won't change it around during the competition, but looking forward to it.
And one or two one-day specialists. Just seen Alex Blake kick an errant football behind you there, collect it up. Good to welcome the likes of him back. Yeah,
it's been frustrating and quite a tough period for Alex, who's sort of first year in a white ball contract. It's new to us. It would have been interesting to see from the start of the season, in normality, how that would have worked, but he's had not much cricket, but definitely looking forward to coming back, and nice to add a bit of new blood into the team. He'll inject certainly some skill and some energy and some experience along with Imran Qayyum, and I know they're absolutely bursting at the seams to get going.
Another man you welcome back, of course, is Zach Crawley, fresh off that 267. How proud were you of him, and how pleased were the boys for him?
Yeah, I speak on behalf of everyone here at the club, everyone that knows him, everyone that's worked with him, the office staff, the players, we're all extremely thrilled and proud. I mean, that's an understatement to see one of your own, playing for England, but also then going and do something pretty special like that. Everyone's absolutely, over the moon for Zach. I know he'll take it in his stride. There'll be many more of those to come, I suspect, and it's a great start to his early England career. But great to have him back, and that's, I think, the measure of the man that texted me in the middle of last week, during the middle of the Test match, say I want to play. And that's him. He's back with us. He'll put his Kent cap back on, and he'll throw himself right into this competition.
How much of an inspiration can he be to the other young players that you've got in this team, given that he's a young man himself and what he's achieved? It must fill them full of hope.
It does, and it inspires, it motivates this group. They see, not just Zach, but obviously Joe and Sam, who've been around that England side for a little bit now, and we've got young players breaking into the Lions team. I think it gives you hope, and you work alongside these players. You see them going on to play for England. There's no reason why others can't too, and it's great. It makes us very proud. We want to produce England players. It's part of our remit is to be competitive as a county, but also produce England players. At the moment, we're doing that, and it's great that we got him back for this game. But I think it gives everyone a real boost.
Of course, you get him back, but you lose Sam and Joe. One back from the bubble, another couple go to the bubble, and they are big shoes to fill. Experienced players, match winners, especially in white ball cricket. So that's going to be tough for you guys. Yeah,
absolutely. I think this, there's no substitute for experience, and especially in this format. And those two are season pros in T20 cricket, all forms of cricket now. But we miss them, but we're kind of used to that now a little bit. And as I said at the start, as we've seen in the 4-day competition, it's a great opportunity to give our younger players a chance. They all want to play, and certainly in normality in the past, they haven't had the opportunity to play because overseas players and England, those guys have been back and around, and this side, full strength, is a pretty tough one to break into. But we need to see what these guys can do. We want to keep building and giving them the experience to develop their whole games, their all-round games. So they've got an opportunity at the moment, and we'll see how we go today. We'll see how we go early in the competition. Opportunity to mix it around a little bit towards the back end, but it's healthy and it gives everyone a good chance.
What do you want to see in terms of the way they play their cricket and the way they go about things?
Well, for me, T20 is all about the positive option, but being smart with it, understanding their game, their individual games, and how they can put that into this format. I think everyone wants to play with that freedom in T20 cricket. It's not always that easy, but to have a clear idea of how they're going to go about it and think on the spot and be able to adapt in those tough situations, but ultimately have fun. Enjoy it. It's a great format to play. It's high energy. You want to see for that full 240 balls, everyone absolutely on it and switched on. And if they give that sort of attitude and energy and smartness and positive attitude towards their game, I'll be happy.
Of course, people are going to watch on the stream, but how disappointing is it not to have the home fans in here watching?
Yeah, it's going to be different. I think that is for sure. And disappointing for them, of course. We've played some brilliant 4-day cricket this year. It's a shame they haven't been able to see that. And equally, it's about the fans just as much as the players. I always think T20. They provide the environment and the atmosphere. You get plenty back as a player from the middle when you're here in the crowd. It's not going to be like that this year. So that is going to be interesting. I think everyone's going to have to really create their own noise and create their own energy, and I think they'll certainly miss that factor. But we know it's happening. We just have to get on with it, and hopefully sometime soon we'll see a few people come through the gates.
Wish you all the best. Go and join the boys.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
So that was head coach Matt Walker speaking a little while ago, and I think Steve, listening to him there, said a lot of really interesting things, but the thing that really struck a chord was T20 is about the fans as much as it is about the players. And whilst we are going to bring hopefully the fans watching on the live stream, they're not going to be in today, which is really sad actually, because the Bob Willis Trophy, it's been disappointing not to have a crowd in, but you're kind of used to seeing 4-day fixtures without a packed crowd. But the blast just doesn't feel quite the same at the moment.
Well, we've all been to some grounds, haven't we? We shan't name them, particularly for day 4 of a championship match when it looks like it's behind closed doors anyway. So as you say, Bob Willis Trophy, it's a shame no one's in, but it's probably not the end of the world. But for the blast, for T20, as you say. I mean, there must be some players, particularly if you think of those white ball contracted players only, who really just feed off the crowd. I mean, we're used to a Friday night here, beautiful evening, not quite like today, floodlights on, and it's absolutely packed in here, and it is raucous, and players must feed off that. If you're a county pro, you never get to play international cricket. These T20 games must be surely the highlight of your career, because you're so used to playing in front of, let's be honest, not very many people in red ball cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's nice about this ground, and I'm thinking of Chelmsford and Hove, that they're almost made for these Friday night 2020 occasions, because they're full houses. If you go to some of the test grounds, if you go to an Edgbaston where you might get 14,000 in it, still feels half empty, because that's the maths. It's half empty. But here you come, you get 6,000 people. You go to Hove, you get 6,000-7,000 people, and Essex slightly fewer than that. But it just, the atmosphere, you know, it's a ground. They are grounds that bounce with the supporters in, and it makes a massive difference to the players. That adrenaline, that's what it's all about. You're professional sportsmen. You want to play in front of a crowd.
Can I just throw one to you then? Imagine playing at the Oval. You know, the Oval was always packed out for every T20 match that Surrey play. So you're in a cavernous Oval and there's absolutely nobody, and that's going to be a weird one.
It certainly will be. I mean, that was the early days of the Oval. I think we all think of the Oval being absolutely packed out with 25, 27,000, whatever it holds now. But it wasn't that long ago that they were getting crowds of kind of 7,000, 8,000. They've done a terrific job there, you know, from a marketing perspective, to get more people in and use that kind of London population a lot better. But yeah, that'll feel really strange. Here's going to feel strange. But the players have got to be professional. You've got to block that out your mind. You've got to go and do the business. This is still a trophy to win, and it's a trophy that the players value very highly. So, you know, there's still an Edgbaston finals day to play for, a lot at stake, and both teams will want to get off to a winning start.
Rewind a couple of minutes. Your chat with Matt Walker, which you recorded around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Just how impressive a character, how impressive a coach has he become really quite quickly. He's had involvement with England. We know that he was set to be involved in the 100. How much has he impressed you?
Hugely, because I think of Matt Walker, the guy I played with, and is a great mate of mine and a great mate of a lot of people's here, and always extrovert, good fun in the dressing room. You know, would be the kind of the humorous element of the Kent dressing room. And you would have said at that point, is he a natural fit for coach down the line? I mean, he knows the game inside and out, and he's very personable, and he's very good with people, so there was some ticks in the boxes. But you wouldn't have necessarily thought at that stage that he had the gravitas to kind of carry off a coaching role. But I think as you mature, and we've seen that with Walks, he went off to Essex, he did his coaching there when he was assistant role, and to come back here and achieve what he's achieved in a short space of time, he just looks the part. When you hear him speak, he's got so comfortable in front of the media. And what he is he's true to himself. You know, he's not trying to be something that he's not. He's just Matt Walker. Everyone loves him. People want to play for him. And it's no surprise to me that he's been really highly regarded in those England circles, because he knows the game inside and out. And coaching is about people, working with people, bringing the best out of people, and that's what you get with him.
And as you mentioned there, he's very natural with the media, natural in front of a camera. He appeared on the BBC's Test Match highlights when Zach had got his, I can't remember if it's when he'd gone past 100 or 200, I can't remember, but one thing he said about Zach really struck me. He said we had higher hopes that Zach was not only going to be an England player, but Zach was going to be a great England player. I thought that was a terrific comment.
I do too, because we've seen a lot of players play for England. You know, we've seen Rob Key, who had a decent England career. A lot of us think he should have played a lot more. Ed Smith, a short England career. Dean Headley, Mark Elam, these guys that have played for England of a recent vintage. None of them has had the career that perhaps they would have hoped to have had in terms of longevity in England colours. Joe Denley has been, I know, delighted with his England career. Of course he would have loved to have got 100. Of course he would have liked to have stayed in the team longer. And Sam Billings is still very much in the middle of an England career and could easily play Test cricket if things kick on for him. We saw what he achieved in 4-day cricket at the end of last year. But Zach Crawley, to go in, to smash 267, to play the way he did, to look the part, it's not going too far, I think, to say you look at him and you think this guy should play for 10, 15 years as an England top order batter, and we haven't had that for a very long time.
I'm trying to get used to these shots of seeing Hampshire batsmen with the pads on, getting ready to come out, standing at the top of the Les Ames stand underneath the scoreboard. This feels really weird, doesn't it?
It does feel really strange, and I thought I was commentating in one of the Bob Willis Trophy games for the radio, and the players turned at lunch and one walked off. I think it was the Middlesex game. Kent walked towards the dressing room and the Middlesex players just turned on their heels and headed for the Les Ames, and it's one of those things that still you still struggle to get used to. But the good news is, and I think the ECB need a lot of credit, the counties it should take a lot of credit as well, there's been a real collaborative spirit within the game of cricket to get any cricket on, because it was kind of April, May, you were thinking the whole season could be a write-off. That hasn't been the case. Yes, we'd love to see a crowd in, but at least we can bring it on the stream and commentate on two very fine sides in a very good competition.
Going to big up Hampshire as well, because their ground, the Aegeus Bowl, is being used as an international venue. Hampshire having to play their home games elsewhere. Lucky enough to be down there for some of the international cricket this summer, and considering how much they had to put in place and how little time they had to do it, it was smooth as silk. I was expecting hiccups and hitches. There were absolutely none. So big ups to Hampshire there for their part in getting international cricket onto the agenda this summer. So I think we're now going to have a look at the teams, are we not? The two teams are in. It's Kent Spitfires who have won the toss and who have elected to bowl first. Rain is threatened. My radar's a little bit more optimistic than yours. Might come in a little bit later, so hopefully we'll get, who knows, perhaps most of a game in. But anyway, the weather's set to interrupt here, but Kent have won the toss, and as you were saying just a few moments ago, bowling first, what you want in these rain interrupted games.
Yeah, bowling first I think is a smart move from Daniel Bell Drummond. I mean, I haven't seen the surface, we're 150 yards away, but yeah, it's a bit of a no-brainer when there's rain around, and you'd think your best opportunity to force a win in a rain-shortened game is to take early wickets, get amongst them and get chasing. So if there is any Duckworth-Lewis calculations, then generally sides like to be with bat in hand, and the powers that be with their heads together in the changing rooms, they plan a run chase.
I tried to have a good look at the pitch from far away, from high up in the underwood and not stand. And I luckily didn't have to go too close and pretend I knew what I was looking at. But it looks fairly decent. But maybe a tiny bit of green in there.
Yeah, we've had a bit of rain around, haven't we, last week? I mean, we were spoiled early on in lockdown with this unbelievable weather, which made it all the more frustrating there was no cricket. But just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen some heavy rain, and everywhere has got considerably more lush. This outfield was very bare for some of those Bob Willis Trophy games, but it's greened up a bit, and the pitch will no doubt be the same. So hopefully a little bit in it for the Kent bowlers, and they will be itching to get going.
10 minutes to match time, 10 minutes to the start of the Vitality Blast of 2020 here at the Spitfire ground. Kent Spitfires will be taking on Hampshire. Now, is it time, Dave, for us to have a look at this team? Is it Moat Parker helping us out with this?
Yeah, I think it's the girls, isn't it? It's one of our Kent junior girls sides, I think, to announce the Kent team. One or two counties are doing this. None of them, may I add, doing it as well as the Kent junior girls. Here we go.
Ring that bell, Daniel Bell Drummond. Zach Crawley. Ollie Robinson. Jack Leaning. Alex Blake. Jordan Cox. Grant Stewart. Adam Haggett. Matt Mills. Imran Kayoum. Fred Klassen! Go Kent!
So thanks to all our sponsors and partners for their continued support of the club. We're just about to get underway. A reminder that Kent have won the toss. They've opted to bowl first. The forecast is not great. We're anticipating that there might be rain around about 3:30, but hopefully Kent can make some inroads. They are a side that has been going nicely in the Bob Willis Trophy. Tremendous win against Surrey this week, and they are full of talent. Some of that talent we caught up with earlier is Ollie Robinson. Ollie, terrific stuff in the Bob Willis Trophy. Great win against Surrey, but now we've got the Vitality Blast. How excited are the boys?
I think they're really excited actually. I think the way we've trained last day, we only had a day to prepare, but yeah, we've worked hard and we've thought about how we want to go about our T20 cricket this year throughout lockdown and other ways like that. So I think we're pretty prepared actually, bearing in mind we only had one day.
And in terms of there being no crowd, obviously Championship cricket, I guess it's not such a big deal, but you're used to playing here at the Spitfire ground in front of 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people. That's going to feel a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it will, but I think that's our duty to provide that energy on the pitch, and we shouldn't have to get the crowd to get us going. I mean, we've got a game of cricket to win for Kent, so if that's not a drive, then I don't know what is really.
And you welcome Zach back. How's he been? Because it's not every day you welcome back a young fella who's not that dissimilar in age to you, who's just posted 267 in a Test match. Yeah,
it's quite exciting to have him back actually. See what he's learnt from being in the bubble and things like that. See if I can pick up a few things from him. But no, it's great to have him back. And I think he's changed his phone number because he hasn't replied to any messages recently.
It's got a bit too big for the game. Is that what you're saying?
He's changed. Yeah.
It's changed already. And what's the message from the coaching staff and the skipper? Obviously you got no Sam, you got no Joe. They're back in the. You got one back from a bubble.
Yeah.
You got another two going to a bubble. What's the message? What are we going to see from this side?
I think just fearless and smart cricket really. I mean, there's no pressure on us to do things that we're not comfortable doing. I think we're going to go out there and play our own games, and I think that's been the message throughout the whole of this season really. The fact that we can go out there, express ourselves, and not have any fear of any negative impact on that. So no, I think it'll be an exciting year T20 wise, and we're striving to be the best team in the comp as you would every year. And I think we've got a good group, and it's a young group, and there's a big chance for opportunity for us young lads with the likes of Sam, Joe, and potentially Zach going again soon. So it's a good opportunity for us.
And the Bob Willis Trophy, I know, is obviously not the county championship, so there's been very much one eye on next year in terms of bringing players through and the kind of type of cricket that you want to play. Does the Blast kind of feel different in that this feels like a kind of proper trophy to win now?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the one this year that teams want to win. It's still the original competition. But no, I think no matter what you do for Kent, you want to go out there and win games of cricket for Kent. And this is no different. We want to win this competition, and I'm sure 17 other counties want to as well.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Dave. Cheers.
Yeah. Just about set for a start of the Vitality Blast 2020. Spitfires won the toss, elected to bowl first. Nigel Long and Mark Newell are the two umpires. Alex Blake is going to bowl the first ball of the 2020 Vitality Blast campaign for the Spitfires. Like so many sportsmen this summer, wearing the headband. Not sure I like it too much.
No, thank goodness Nigel Long hasn't got the headband. That's something I would like to see. But yeah, brilliant that Alex Blake's getting an early run out. We saw this at the back end of the campaign last year, and it worked to decent effect, didn't it? Bowling his own brand of off breaks. He's got a white ball contract only, hasn't featured in the Bob Willis Trophy. Here we go.
So George Munsey is on strike as Blake bowls to him. feel he missed out there. Hits it straight to Zach Crawley. He's going to be like a magnet, isn't he, Crawley? Everything's going to go to him. It's his time. Alex Blake whipped through this over as he bowls Jumanji, who gets the reverse out and gets it over towards us for a maximum.
What an extraordinary shot first up from George Munsey. Don't know a lot about this young man, but all these young players can improvise, and he did so to terrific effect. First ball just driving conventionally to Zach Crawley. Thought, I've had enough of that. Just gets the reverse sweep out and whack over backward square, and it flew all the way. It's it's a fairly sizable boundary as well. We're playing in the middle of the square, and he got a good piece of it.
He just seemed to dot that, didn't he? It just flew all the way. And don't forget, if it comes down our way like that one did, we're not allowed to touch it. We cannot touch the ball. We are not permitted.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Even if it's coming straight for your face, Steve, I will just let it go.
6 without loss then, as Blake comes in for the third ball of the opening over, which is just blocked into the extra cover region.
And the good news, we're just waiting for a bit of lecky, I think, in the scoreboard. We're looking around to see if we can get any help with the score. It's not working at the moment.
We've got a decent strap on the bottom of the screen here. There's no run there, as that's squirted square on the leg sides by George Munsey. A fairly youthful looking Hampshire side this, we mentioned earlier. Key players, big names missing in both of these two lineups. So just that one boundary so far. It remains 6 without loss. It will stay that way. As another ball is pushed into the cover region. Zach Crawley. We've had 5 balls so far at the Blast 2020. I make it Crawley's touched it 3 times already. I told you. Final ball. I make it the final ball of Blake's over to Munsey. He's managed to squeeze that one through the cover region, and that will go for 4. And that brings it up to 10 without loss, and that indeed is the completion of the first over. George Munsey on 10. Tom Alsop will be facing for the first time at the start of the second over.
Yeah, decent start by George Munsey. There's a few dot balls in there, but that's 6. And then that cover drive, piercing the gap. Crawley unable to get his long arms across to it. And he rolls over the fence. So 4 dot balls, decent from Blake, but unfortunately the other 2 went for 6 and 4. But steady first over, and it is to be Matt Milnes, who's been very much the spearhead of Kent's Bob Willis Trophy attack. And of course, no overseas players this year. And as we heard from Matt Walker in his interview, what a good opportunity for some of these young fellas. Milnes, who's been the, as I mentioned, the spearhead of the 4-day attack. An opportunity to show what he can do with white ball in hand.
So it is indeed Matt Milnes who will open up from the pavilion end. We do have indeed a scoreboard working there just in front of the player's entrance as Milnes runs in. And bowls to Alsop, who pushes that one into the mid-wicket area, but no run is available. 10 without loss it remains in the second over. Interesting, that first over. 4 dot balls. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you? But still 10 on the board.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter how you get them. You can, knock them around in 2s or block a few and go 4 and 6.
Milnes is running in again past umpire Newell, as Alsop just pushes this one into the offside. Oh, by Jove, I think it found Zach Crawley, who stops any run there. And 10 without loss it remains at an overcast and sadly very empty, very quiet Spitfire ground at St Lawrence. Here's Matt Milnes again, running in away from the pavilion end. This one swung away behind square on the leg side and swung away for 4, just airing in line a little bit there, Matt Milnes, and Alsop did not miss out. 4 runs behind square, leg side. 14 without loss, Hampshire, halfway through the second over.
A decent start this by Hampshire. Just looking at George Munsey, 27 years of age, plays for Scotland, 25 one-day internationals for Scotland, 38 T20 internationals, so experience from him.
Milnes is in again. This one's aerial. Are we going to have our first wicket of the Blast 2020? We are. Fine catch as well, because when it comes over your shoulder like that, they are the worst. Is that Jordan Cox out there?
Yep, Jordan Cox, terrific catch by him. He's had a terrific start to his summer, hasn't he? A little bit of foot tapping. This is the celebration of choice by the Spitfires. We've seen this a lot in the Bob Willis Trophy, but good change of pace from Milnes, just taking the pace off. It looked like an off-cutter slower ball, but Jordan Cox, who's fielding at that kind of deepish of the cover fielders, had a bit of work to do. Never easy, as you mentioned, over the shoulder. Seagull flapping around there as well, but he got the mitts around it, and Allsop is on his way.
Allsop looking to play that somewhere over maybe mid or mid-wicket region, wasn't he? And ended up getting up over into the cover area. And a fine catch taken as well by Jordan Cox. I hate those ones when they come over your shoulder like that. Sam Northeast. Well, I was going to say he would have known his way to the wicket very well, but probably not from over there.
Probably not from the Les Ames hospitality boxes. Is a slightly different experience for him, and different to be playing here in the yellow of Hampshire in a 2020 Blast game with no crowd in. I think he's generally well received when he comes back to the Spitfire ground, isn't he? Or do you always get one or two?
Yeah.
We've had a beer and like a heckle.
It has been known. It's Munsey on strike because the batsman crossed when that catch was taken. And looks like we're going to have a leg bye to add to the total here. Just flicks the pads. So leg bye it is, which I believe takes us on to 15 for 1. Do forgive us if we're a bit behind with our score updates here. 1 or 2 technical difficulties. There we are, 15 for 1 with 1 ball remaining of the second over. A fruitful over for Matt Milnes. Got rid of Tom Allsop.
Looked like there was a bit of a crowd in there, doesn't it? Camera just caught a few bodies. The kind of ground staff and Barry from the shop. They are going to have to make the noise of the Kent faithful.
What would Kent cricket be without Barry from the shop as Milnes bowls to Sam Northeast, who just guides that one to Alex Blake. Backward of square on the offside. No run there. 15 for 1, first wicket taken in that over by Matt Milnes. And as I say, Hampshire are 15 for 1 with 2 overs gone.
So I think it looks like Freddie Klassen marching with purpose to the bowling crease. Often the way that teams just start with a spinner, just almost try and get one over out the way, and that's I guess if Alex Blake had taken a wicket or it had been particularly economical, he might have had a second one. But that experiment has finished, and it is to be Klassen, who of course, a bit like Munsey, has that one-day international experience, playing in the slightly, I'll say lesser countries, a bit harsh, isn't it? Scotland and Holland. I think you've got to be careful saying things like that, especially you know, the Dutch have beaten England a couple of times, haven't they?
So here is Freddie Klassen running in from the Nackington Road end. Feels good to say that. And he bowls to Munsey, the left-handed Munsey, who's in behind that. There will be no run there. So 15 for 1 it remains as we have now started the third over. What do you make of these spinners, part-time spinners, someone like Blake bowling perhaps just 1 over? It may have been 2. Did it with some success some games last year? Yeah,
he did. I think he took a few wickets in one of the games, didn't he? But it's just if you can get that over out the way, it just gives captains a few more options later on.
Usually quick as well, isn't it? As Klassen bowls to Munsey. Nice little bit of shape on that actually from the left armour. Just a bit of shape away from the left-handed batsman who didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, do you? Leaving alone outside off stump. Klassen, who did get a game in the Bob Willis Trophy, didn't he? Acquitted himself quite well against Middlesex. Good to see. Good to see that. Not express pace.
Klassen's in. Bowls to Munsey, who manages to just push this one square on the leg side. Looked like he might get caught in a little bit of a tangle there, but managed to sort himself out for a single. Pushing the score on to 16 for 1, halfway through the third over. Bringing Sam Northeast back onto strike. And some of these years of struggle in this competition for Hampshire, Sam Northeast has been a standout player for them. Some of the scores, we were looking back, weren't we? Some of the recent contests between these two sides, there's very often not that many runs going.
Low scoring games. Kent have won the last 4, 5 of the last 6, we think, so perhaps a little psychological advantage for the home side.
Klassen into bowl to Northeast, who's pushing this one on, maybe one-handed, just into where a short leg would have been. But it's Milnes, I think, who is quickly in to prevent any run. And 16 for 1 it remains. So 2 balls to go of this third over. As always the way with T20 with the blast. Bowlers quickly back at their marks as Claessen's in. Nice looking shot from Northeast. Thought he timed it maybe a little bit more than that. Didn't manage to get it through the field. No run there. So Northeast yet to get off the mark. This can be his way though, Northeast, can't he? He doesn't need an explosive start to score big runs in this.
No, it won't worry him. A few dot balls. You see with younger players sometimes a couple of dot balls get a little bit panicky.
So Claessen in, final ball of this, well it would have been the final ball of this third over, but it's a wide. Ideal line to the left-hander. Tricky for the bowlers here, the old right-left combination. You've got to get it right from the start, as we always know in T20 in particular. I was going to say a very little margin of error. It's been no margin for error.
Absolutely none. There's it's been a good touch, Sam. Northeast 51 and 8 against Middlesex, 81 against Surrey.
So this should be the final ball, slower ball I think, and Northeast just looking to dab that down to third man. It goes through to Ollie Robinson. That's the end of the over. 3 overs gone, 17 for 1.
Looked a bit quizzically then at the umpire, didn't he? As we see the batting card, Tom Alsop, the man to go for 4. Munsey with that explosive start, reverse lap for 6, cover drive for 4. See James Fuller coming in there at, what was he, number 6. Can really put bat to ball, but he doesn't usually get that high up the batting order, so it's a bit of a tactical move. Predominantly a bowler. They might just throw him into the mix to give it a whack. He can hit a long ball. 4th over the game. 4th different bowler is Grant Stewart. My goodness me, a man who's had some injuries. Good to see him fit and firing and running away from the pavilion end. Bowling to George Munsey, who's on 11, stays on 11. And Hampshire 17 for 1. In this very short season, it'd be great to see Grant stay fully fit. Absolutely, we know what he can do when he is fit. Remember that pink ball game in the Middlesex game, extraordinary. Give him a pink ball, get him under lights.
Here he is charging in to bowl to Munsey, who's looking to pull away. Not sure if there's any bat involved or not. Certainly came off the pad, waiting for umpire's signal. There isn't one, so that'll be a single.
Yeah, might have hurried him, I think. Might have been glove. Was on him a bit quick. That's umpire Mark Newell. He was in situ with his colleague today, Nigel Long, for the Sussex game, so he'll know all about Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning. He got front row seats for that record Kent partnership, 423 if memory serves.
Did you manage to see any of that?
Yeah, I was doing the radio for that one. It was a pleasure.
Lucky boy. Here's Grant Stewart, bowling Sam Northeast, who pushes this away through square leg for a single. There's Imran Khayyam picking up there. Imran, a player I feel could be so important for Kent in this vitality blast. Expect to see him once the power play is done after 6 overs.
Yeah, I like the fact Khayyam and O'Riordan, I believe, is that correct? And looking at James alongside me, double spin threat for Kent in this one.
Halfway through the 4th over as Grant Stewart bowls to Munsey, who pulls away for another single, so plenty of that happening at the moment. Runs accruing in singles after those 2 boundaries in the 1st over. 19 for 1 with Munsey on 12.
Yeah, correction, Marcus O'Riordan not playing in this one. I thought must have been those Moat Junior girls. They threw me. I'm sure they threw out O'Riordan. I should have probably double checked and not taken their word for it, given that was recorded a couple of days ago.
Don't worry, we've got the early season rustiness still. We're very nearly at the end of August as this delivery from Stewart is pushed away for a single by Sam Northeast.
I think O'Riordan would have been very much in their thoughts in terms of the start he's had to the season. He bats, bowls, fields extremely well, and it's often the way that, especially when you play here at Canterbury in the middle of the square, it's got a big field to get the double spin threat. It would have been on their mind.
Expect to see him involved, I should think, at some point in this blast campaign. It's going to be quick as another single is picked up by Munsey.
So Callum Haggett is preferred to him, so lots of seam bowling options, experienced, and I guess from his perspective a wonderful opportunity to show what he can do. I think might be out of contract, Callum Haggett. I could be wrong, but this is the kind of the backdrop to this season, is that the players who are out of contract and with the finances at all counties pinching at some point, it's an opportunity to showcase what you can do and remind the powers that be that, why you should be on a county staff. So as much as these guys want to win this competition, it's also an opportunity for individuals to put their hand up and say, I want to continue to be a professional cricketer.
So we've got Matt Milnes again, I believe, who's switched ends to the Nackington Road ends. And bowling to Munsey, who's driving. But straight, I think that's is that Blake there? Looks like Alex Blake to me at extra cover. Certainly is. Big number 10 on his back as he spins round. And there is no run. So 21 for 1 it remains. Forgive us if the strap on the bottom of the screen is not always keeping up. I believe it's 21 for 1. We're certainly in the 5th over. So 2 remaining, or 1 and a bit of the power play. As Milnes comes in, bowls to Munsey, who cracks this one away, cuts this one away to Freddie Clarkson, who's sharp, who's nimble in the field and prevents any runs there. Cannot be pleased with this start. They're looking pretty lively in the field.
Yeah, I was looking around. There's no real weak links in the field at all. I mean, Clarkson fielding at point there, big fast bowler. You don't usually expect to find them at cover point. Just finished his over from the Nackington Road in last time up, but there he goes alongside Alex Blake. A bit of an offside fortress.
Here's Milnes bowling to Munsey. Just gets a little bit tucked up for room, but managed to squeeze it away. It's a direct hit, and he is gone. Terrific piece of fielding. It's Fred Clarkson with the throw. And North East is on his way. We were just saying how sharp Kent were looking in the field. Fantastic, almost bonus time. Run out, Hampshire 2 down.
Yeah, right on cue. Marvellous bit of work. We're going to get a good view of it here from our side on camera as well. 1 stump to aim at. And you can see there really Sam Northeast just came down a little. I think he thought he was making it comfortably. But Clarkson, 1 stump, fast bowler, plucks it out, no problem at all. Cue the foot tapping.
Oh yeah, the foot tapping. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to this, you know. I reckon that's one if we were in a TV game. I'm sure the umpire would have said that upstairs, but in no doubt, finger went up quickly from umpire Mark Newell. Direct hit, Freddie Clarkson, and the dangerous Sam Northeast is gone. And Joe Weatherly, not a Kent connection, but Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, he was on loan, wasn't he?
He was.
Not so long ago. Lovely
2-3 years ago.
Yeah. Played in the golf day with Joe Weatherly at Prince's. Very nice fellow and a good player as well. Just starting to establish himself in this Hampshire lineup.
How is the golf these days?
Oh, don't mention the war, Steve. It's a work in progress. That's been the case for most of my golfing career. Not that I can really call it a career. It's a hobby at best. But yeah, I have my good days and a lot of bad days.
Well, this is turning into a really good start here for Kent. 22 for 2, Hampshire, with Allsop gone, with Northeast gone, and Joe Weatherly now at the crease, who gets off the mark straight away by pushing it into the leg side for a single. We now make it 23 for 2. But George Munsey still there on 14. Joe Weatherly off the mark straight away. From here, it's quite a big lad, this George Munsey. I must admit, it's the first time I've seen him. Here's Matt Milnes into the aforementioned Munsey, who gives it that sort of short arm jab pull shot, really. Just goes behind square on the leg side. And it's another single. That's the way of it for Hampshire at the moment. Picking up runs in singles.
Yeah, Ken won't mind that. Just going to have another look at Munsey's numbers, because he looks like a white ball specialist. Hasn't featured in the Bob Willis Trophy, so looks like he's probably been in the gym for the last 3 months.
Looks like it. Weatherly's on strike this time, faces Milnes, pushes it to extra cover. And there is no run there.
Yeah, 4 first-class matches for George Munsey. High score of an unbeaten 100, averages 56, but obviously not his preferred form of the game. When you contrast to the amount of List A and 2020 matches he has played. 2 one-day international 50s, 5 T20 international 50s, and 1 T20 international 100. So has pedigree in this, his preferred format of the game, and he just looks like that kind of, maybe not quite as broad as Aaron Finch, but he's got that kind of look about him, hasn't he? He wants to
shoulders.
Shoulders, yeah. It's like he's gone to the gym and he wants to annihilate cricket balls out of the ground.
We all want to do that. As Fred Clarkson is in from the pavilion end, starting the final over the power play, and that's been given not quite the treatment, but it's a lovely looking shot from Munsey. Just lofts it in full control over mid-off. 1, maybe 2 bounces, and that is 4 runs. How do Hampshire play this last over the power play? They're going to put the foot on the gas for 6 balls here.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've got to look to put your foot down. The fielding restrictions are going to be relaxed after this, and yes, you've lost a couple of wickets, but you very rarely get bowled out in 2020 cricket. And what you can't afford is 2 or 3 quiet overs. You know, there's not really much opportunity to rebuild.
Here's Clarkson, left arm over, bowls to Munsey, who is pushing just in front of the square on the offside. Alex Blake, like a limpet, is around to that and picks up, and again there is no run, so 27 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, combination of dot balls, isn't it, to Munsey, and great striking. Just needs to kind of find ways from a batting perspective of hitting the gaps and picking the 1s and 2s up as well.
Clarson's in. This one's shorter. He's gone for the pull shot. He's got it aerial, and the catch is taken. And I think there's Jack leaning there. And George Munsey has now gone, and this is turning into a rip-roaring start for the Spitfires now. Hampshire 3 down, and we're not out of the power play.
Yeah, terrific catch from Jack Leaning, and a good bit of bowling as well from Klassen. He's pitched that one up earlier in the over, got smacked back over his head, and diving forwards, it looked at one stage as if it wasn't quite going to get there. But Leaning, smart bit of work, came in sprightly fashion, and took a diving catch low to the ground. So that brings Lewis McManus to the crease, and he has got some work to do, because 28 for 3, very much advantage Kent.
Yeah, the broad-shouldered George Munsey makes his way back to the Les Ames stand. The Spitfire bar in there, which sadly is not a bar, even though it's still got bar written all the way across the old hoardings there. It's very much the Hampshire changing room for this afternoon, and as Munsey makes his way off of those broad shoulders. There must be a good height difference of, what, a foot here between him and Lewis McManus?
Yeah, absolutely. 19 off 21, George Munsey, which just emphasises the point. You know, he played some great shots. 6 and a couple of boundaries, but just got bogged down with too many dot balls.
And wickets falling at the other end.
Yeah, and you've got to put that to the back of your mind. I think if you're in George Munsey's role, you've got to keep going, you've got to keep attacking, and he couldn't quite manage it.
Well, Hampshire need a bit of a partnership here as Clarkson comes in. This one's was a no ball signalled. Expecting a wide to be called there, because that was leg sided, but a no ball has been called, so it's a free hit.
And that is exactly what you want if you're Joe Weatherly. You're 1 from 3. You're 30 for 3, and Klassen has overstepped. So suddenly the shackles are off, and all that pressure that you were feeling to, I mean, there'll still be a bit of pressure because the onus is on the batsman to probably strike a boundary here. What can he do?
Always think a bowler's skills are really tested here. With the old free hit, it's Klassen to Weatherly, and well bowled, because Weatherly was advancing, he was winding up, he was getting ready for the big one, as we always expect on a free hit. He was done by a lack of pace there.
Well, I think it was the angle. Klassen, he likes to swing the ball back into the right-hander, and it looked like that was what Weatherly was expecting. He pushed it across him, and he was thrashing at fresh air.
He was certainly thrashing. Here's Klassen, and again to Weatherly. There's no run there as Jack Leaning picks up. We mentioned it an over or two ago, but Kent really are on their toes in the field. A couple of terrific catches, direct hit. Looking right on it in the field, the Kent Spitfires. Floodlights are on. The clouds are gathering. Looks like they're not gathering too quickly as Fred Clarkson comes in to finish off the 6th over, finish off the power play. Fields one off his own bowling for a dot ball, and that will do it for the power play with Kent. Very happy. Kent in control at the moment with Hampshire 30 for 3.
Yeah, they're the kind of targets you have as a fielding side. And I doubt whether Kent would have gone, let's have them 30 for 3 after 6, because that seems a trifle optimistic. But 3 wickets, probably more than they could have wished for. But good start, and important now that they capitalise on it. The fielding restrictions will relax. It'll just be interesting to see how Daniel Bell-Drummond marshals his field, because an opportunity to keep the squeeze on here. Callum Haggett into the attack, and it'll be interesting to see how the ball comes out of his hand, because I can't believe he's had a lot of cricket, Steve.
No, and I think sometimes we get into auto mode, don't we, with T20? We're expecting to see the spinner straight away once the power play ends, but Daniel Bell-Drummond has not gone that way. It's Callum Haggett in, who bowls, and Lewis McManus manages to push this away for a single. 31 for 3 is the score here. Looking down this Kent lineup, the bowling options that Daniel Bell-Drummond has, of course, life is so much easier if you've got the opponents 3 down after 6 overs.
Yeah, and an interesting option not to go to spin, I think, all the while the ball's nipping around.
Haggett's in, full toss this time to Weatherly, who won't be getting a boundary, just pushed it really. It went quickly, but it went for 2 to Alex Blake, who's marshalling out there on the long on boundary.
Yeah, slick bit of work again, wasn't it? Blake sliding, popping it up for Leaning, who flaps it in, 1 bounce straight over the top of the bails. Kent looking razor sharp in the field. Callum Haggett's hair, less so.
Certainly not sharp, or indeed razor. This one is edged away. This couldn't have been too far away from the keeper, I don't think, with no chance for Ollie Robinson. It's gone pretty straight for 4 runs. And a much needed 4 runs for Hampshire, 37-4-3.
And this, of course, one of the features that we saw in the Test match, isn't it? The ball kind of goes into the crowd or bounces off the boundary boards and between seats, and you've got to go and fetch your own. You've got to fetch the ball. Yeah. No crowd to throw it back. That'll slow things down.
Maybe I'm being a little unkind. Maybe he was. I'm not sure he was trying to get it quite that fine, but he was trying to play it to the 3rd man area. It flew through a put of a 2nd or 3rd slip for 4. Very full ball from Haggett. Weatherly manages to jam the bat down there and pick himself up a single and move the score along to 38-4-3 in the 7th over. Do you remember the early days of T20? You used to win a pizza or something if you caught if 6 came your way in the crowd. You used to win a pizza or a bucket of chicken or something.
Yeah, I know at Surrey they had £1,000 up for grabs if you caught it one-handed in the crowd.
All sorts of shenanigans used to go on with that as Haggett's in. Bowls to the diminutive Lewis McManus. We take a quick single. And the score moves along to 39-4-3. That's one of the things I'm really going to miss actually today. The Spitfire Challenge with Shepardine. The Spitfire Challenge at half-time. One of the highlights of my entire year. I can't do it. Final ball of the 7th over. Here's Callum Haggett. Shaggy-haired Callum Haggett. This was just bunted up to mid-off. And there will be a single to end the over. 40 for 3 after 7.
You spend the whole winter thinking up the Spitfire Challenge for the following summer. New challenges, new ideas. How does it work here at Kent? Do you and a few of the commercial team, the brains of the operation, they will sit around a table and go, right, what's this Spitfire Challenge going to look like?
Yeah, I just get told what's happening when I turn up. In fact, I normally get told what's happening after 19 overs and 5 balls at the first innings. And that's the way I like it. It works. There's usually some scrambling under a net. There's usually an assault course. There's usually some Spitfire which has been consumed before it, which always makes it pretty interesting. Can't wait for next year in the Spitfire Challenge to return. Spin is in. Imran Khayyam.
Yeah, good to see Imran Khayyam get an early go. Another man who hasn't featured in the Bob Willis Trophy. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Coming in past umpire Mark Newell.
And he's in to bowl to Joe Weatherly, who pushes into the Kent skipper today. Sam Billings away on international duty. Daniel Bell-Drummond's in charge. He'll be very happy the way things are going at the moment. With Hampshire 40 for 3. Khayyam turns quickly. Little left arm spin. There'll be a single here. Oh, wild throw coming in. No damage done. The single was there anyway. Very, very wild throw.
Trying to see who that is.
That's Matt Milnes.
Yeah, Milnes.
For a moment I thought it was Zach Crawley.
Yeah, I thought it was Crawley. They had a similar look, but Crawley's
no.
about 3 inches, 4 inches taller, isn't he?
There's no way Zach could have got it wrong. Shout for LBW as this one wraps the pads. A choked appeal. Always look, even from our position here, where would we be for the right-hander? Around about extra cover on the boundary. Even from here, that looked optimistic. The choking off of the shout told us so. So Imran Khayyam is in. Balls to McManus.
That one would have been out.
That would have been
If
out.
he'd have missed that one, that was knocking a lot out. No sign of spin at the moment, so Imran Kayam just bowling nice and straight, giving the batsman no width and just mixing his pace up to try and confuse them.
Lewis McManus is on 2 here. Seems to be in quite a long time for that. Hasn't faced too much strike. He manages to whip this one away through mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a couple. It's going to be sharp again, but they're through. So 2 to the total. Lewis McManus doubles his score onto 4.
Yeah, that was Jordan Cox out there on the mid-wicket fence. Absolute bullet of an arm. You forget that he's a wicket-keeper as well. One of Kent's, well, the latest off the conveyor belt when you think Billings and Robinson and Jordan Cox. I mean, Kent, obviously the history of wicket-keeper batsmen.
Imran Kayam is in, and it's a wide down the leg side. Bales are off, but it's a wide.
Yeah, Bale's off in a flash. Robinson showing what he's all about behind the stumps.
Talking of wicket keepers, every team now seems to have an absolute shed load of them. All brilliant fielders as well, as the extra ball is an expensive one because it's belted away through mid-wicket for 4. Lewis McManus goes on to 8, and after 8 overs, Hampshire 48 for 3. I want to ask you that about wicket keepers. Some of these teams, they seem to have loads of them. And what's really sad for us club cricketers or ex-club cricketers is just how good they are in the field. I couldn't do either, gloves on or off.
Yes, when you think of Sam Billings, I mean, he very rarely keeps in one-day international colours because there's been Butler and Bairstow ahead of him. But a live wire in the field contributes well with the bat. Nice to see him going to go recently.
Callum Haggett's still in the attack, and this time Joe Weatherly is aerial over a wide bin off through the wide bin off extra cover region. Fine shot for 4. Hasn't been too much of that so far in this Hampshire innings. Pretty classy looking shot, that one.
Yeah, good shot. Just a little bit of momentum. Back-to-back boundaries. Just got to be careful here. Daniel Bell-Drummond opting to go with Callum Haggett again. Likes to bowl in these middle overs and has done a good job over the years for Kent. But the danger is he's a little undercooked.
Haggett's in again. And this time, Weatherly is playing and not connecting straight through to Ollie Robinson. And 52 for 3 it remains.
So there's been no second team cricket, is there, Steve? So these guys have had to rely on club cricket, I think, to get any kind of form. The ones who haven't been playing in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, it is tough as Haggett comes in full toss. Leg side full toss. Going to be a run out here if this hits. It doesn't. It's Grant Stewart this time with the throw. And Joe Weatherly was all over a single there. Lewis McManus wasn't going anywhere. I'm certain he was done there if that had hit. You're getting messages from your famous friends. As Callum Haggett comes in. Bowls to Weatherly, who pushes to mid-wicket. Jack Leaning picks up 1 run.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning, but the one and only Martin Tyler, of course, of Sky Sports Football, listening in. Martin, thanks for your text. Good to hear from you. Best of the best listening in.
Undoubtedly.
So.
Undoubtedly. Just like him to be describing more Tottenham goals next season. That's the only thing I ask Martin. As Haggett bowls to Lewis McManus, who pushes down to Alex Blake for a single. And we're on to 54 for 3. So we're coming up to the end of the 9th over. We're not far, always amazes me how quick this goes, but we're not far away from the halfway point here. Hampshire very much on a rebuilding job at the moment, having lost 3 wickets during the power play as Callum Haggett is in. Bowls to Weatherly, just dabs this one behind square for another single. 55 for 3, 9 gone.
Yeah, and if we can keep whizzing through these overs, Steve, then we've got a chance of getting a game in. 5 overs of the second innings constitutes a match. If it rains after that point, Duckworth Lewis will kick in. The forecast not good, has to be said, but keep surveying all the various weather apps. You're slightly more optimistic.
I was just going to say to you, actually, I'm going to show you my app in a minute, and I don't say that to just anybody. My app, My Rain Radar, which is a free one, so questionable. A bit more optimistic than yours as Imran Kayam starts a new over, sweeping this time. Is Weatherly. Another run to the total, 56 for 3.
Yeah, well, my app, which isn't free, and he's telling me that it's raining right now and will be till 9 o'clock tonight. So I pay for it, and it's not even got it right.
Oh, I saw you coming. Here's Imran Khayyam bowling to the right-handed, the diminutive Lewis McManus, who will pick up another single. How long are Hampshire going to be happy with just singles, maybe the odd boundary here and there? What point are they going to think, we need to push on a bit here?
Well, these two doing a bit of a rebuilding job. We've got James Fuller in next, who likes to put bat to ball. Big fast bowler who can really strike it.
He can give it a whack, can't he? This one is swept in just in front of square by Joe Weatherly, who moves himself along to 18 and 58 for 3. Khayyam is ready, bowling at the empty pavilion end, running in front of those green seats. Large shout here. And what's going to accrue here? Going to get a signal from the umpire for a leg by. So, leg by it is. It was a pretty reasonable shout from Khayyam for an LBW appeal.
Yeah, it just looked to be sliding to me, going up the hill with the angle on the arm.
He's in again. This one's just pushed through the mid-wicket region to Jordan Cox. There's that bullet arm, makes it look so easy. The distance they can get on these throws with seemingly no effort. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's why I used to try and field as close to the bat as I could, Steve.
Yeah, slips
like
for
a
me,
long
please.
way.
Slips for me, no short leg. Here's Imran Khayyam. This one is cut away, ends up coming through a wide mid-off to Zach Crawley. And that ends the 10th over. We are halfway through this Hampshire innings. Kent very much on top at the moment, but Weatherly and McManus rebuilding things for Hampshire, who are 61 for 3.
Yeah, just seeing Zach Crawley field that ball, fielding it long off. Bits of attention to detail. Coaches will often talk about getting the right fielders in the right place. You've got a left-arm spinner bowling, and you've got the tallest man in your fielding outfit on the long off fence, because that's where they're going to look. If they're going to go for 6, they're going to look to loft it in that area, you'd think. So why not have a bloke who's 6'5", 6'6", standing on the rope? I made the mistake once of having Matt Walker against Essex on the deep mid-wicket fence for the last ball of the game. 4 needed to tie. It bounced and still managed to go over his head. And we ended up tying a game we should have won, all because I had a short bloke on the deep mid-wicket fence.
Very harsh on yourself. New over, and it's Grant Stewart who's now running in from the Nackington road end and bowling to Lewis McManus, who manages to pick up a single. Zach Crawley, who fielded that final ball of the previous over. How much confidence must he have at the moment? My goodness me. It was an absolute pleasure to sit there. I've got nothing better to do anyway, but just be planted on the sofa, not moving, watching Zach bat for, well, it felt like days on end. It was an absolute pleasure. Here's Grant Stewart, bit of tomfoolery bouncing around. Now that doesn't miss leg stump by too far. Looking to get across to the offside there, Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, well, he's got fine leg up in the ring, hasn't he? So Callum Haggett is in off that fine leg fence. So Grant Stewart, not express, the kind of bowler that you'd fancy perhaps getting a bit of a bat, bit of a lap stroke scoop on.
Grant Stewart's in. This one just a little bit short of a length, is pushed to the mid-wicket region for another single to Weatherly. Joe Weatherly on 20, faced 22 balls so far. Lewis McManus building, he's on 12. 12 from 11 balls. We're halfway through the 11th over. Here's Grant Stewart's tucked the necklace in now, bowling to Lewis McManus. Stumbling piece of fielding by Jordan Cox over there.
The change of field to McManus when Weatherly was on strike. It was long off, long on back, and third man a fine leg up when McManus is on strike. Third man back, fine leg back. So Bill Drummond paying plenty of attention to each individual batter.
Here's Grant Stewart again, bowling to Lewis McManus, who waits for that, waits for it, pushes into the leg side, doesn't add to his total.
Yeah, just 2 from this over, 1 ball remaining. Important that Grant Stewart finishes his set off here. Talk about it all the time, and if you can go for a single here, that's one hell of an over, but it suddenly gets struck for a boundary, all that early good work undone.
Yes, do not bowl a no ball or a wide, is Grant Stewart. Oh, a loopy slower ball, which is pushed by Lewis McManus away for another single. So as you mentioned, he does finish that over off 3 runs from it. 64 for 3 Hampshire after 11 overs. And Kent still very happy with things. I'm not quite so happy looking at the cloud, I have to say.
Yeah, it's bubbling up, but so far so good. We were anticipating it around 3 o'clock and about 20 minutes to get there, so I just wonder whether the umpires will let a little bit of light stuff go.
Got to, haven't they? Got to.
I think you've got to get the show on the road. Player safety will be paramount. But we waited so long for cricket, and you just think 2020 of all forms, it's all about the entertainment. Neither of these sides will want to walk off. Not even Hampshire. They'll back themselves to get themselves back in this game. So change of ends for Callum Haggett.
Yeah, Haggett it is who starts a new over at the pavilion end. Driven down to Zach Crawley on long off boundary. And it's a single for Lewis McManus. 65 for 3 is the Hampshire score. If they'll give a little bit more leeway, umpires, with some fine drizzly stuff, especially considering how long we've waited this year to get this competition, to get any cricket on. Haggett bowls. Weatherly going straight there, down to Alex Blake. So we've long off in action, long on in action.
Which is exactly what Daniel Bell-Drummond and Callum Haggett will want. Pitch the ball up, bowl straight, get your long on, long off back, and if you concede a single, then that's a victory. But going back to the weather, I think if we come off looking at this forecast, we might not get back on again, and I think the umpires might just bear that in mind.
Yeah, it does rather look that way, as Haggett bowls to Lewis McManus, who just pushes it off his legs down to fine leg in front of the Hampshire dressing room, behind those Spitfire boards there. Spitfire are principal partners. Spitfire with the name on the Spitfire grounds. Hampshire balconies. It's a very, very large one on the Les Ames balcony there, as this time around Weatherly goes all the way for 6. He goes aerial, he goes behind square on the leg side, and he goes all the way, and it's 73 for 3.
Well, what a shot this was. We've seen a bit of improvisation from Munsey earlier. That is getting across, kind of pick up sweep shot of Callum Haggett, who's probably high 70s in terms of pace. I don't think he's any quicker than that. You're not too worried about Callum Haggett taking your head off, but he bowls straight and he doesn't mind getting driven down the ground. So McManus improvising well.
What's Haggett got as a response? Going to get a single here. First sign of a little mishap in the field for the Spitfires. Matt Milnes not quite getting that one cleanly, and they're able to come through for the single.
Yeah, Kent set some very high standards in the field. You're right, he did go straight over the top of that one, Matt Milnes. But Haggett might not mind get Weatherly off strike.
Indeed, he certainly won't now, as he fields off his own bowling, not cleanly, but does enough, and Bell-Drummond picks up, prevents any run there. So after the 6, good comeback to finish the over off by Callum Haggett, and after 12 overs, Hampshire are 74 for 3.
Yeah, and just by way of comparison, I know it's a different ground and obviously different conditions, but Middlesex in the 11th over, they are 101 for 2 against Essex. So that's the kind of start that most counties would look for. Power play, go hard, get up to around about 9 or 10 and over. So just an idea that Kent are doing rather better than that here. Run rate just over 6.
Mind you, if you're losing 3 overs in the power play, it's always going to stunt your growth a little bit, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So Grant Stewart.
Sanitizer break. There you go. And not easy in 2020. They're flying around all over the place, and every 6 overs, you've got to do your hands. Nigel Long. He's seen it all before.
Do you have to sing happy birthday when you're sanitising the ball? Twice, isn't it? Happy birthday twice. Grant Stewart is who's waiting to start the 13th over. And here he is. Trundling in from the Nackington Road end to bowl to Joe Weatherly, who's going to pick up a single here. Alex Blake it is, who's doing the yards from long on to long on for each over.
Yeah, get your best fielders long on, long off. And Blake is right up there, one of the best fielders in the country. That's why he's got a white ball contract. He's a dangerous striker. He can bowl those little part-time offies, but he's a gun fielder. That's what got him a 100 contract.
Terrific fielder, always has been. This ball from Stewart is pulled all the way into the netting that we have in front of the flats here at the Spitfire grounds, the apartments, I'm sorry. But 6 runs are accrued, and fine shot from Lewis McManus, who's on that quickly. He was in full control of it.
Yeah, dragged it down. It was a slower ball. But, what a shot this was. Just pivoted on it, got it right out the middle. It made a real healthy crack. And those people in their apartments had a good view.
Certainly did, as Grant Stewart bowls to McManus. Plays this nicely. He's only going to get 1 for it. Down to the aforementioned, the busy Alex Blake. Down at long on. Down at the Nackington Road end of the ground, which would normally be packed, wouldn't it? It'd be 10 deep down there, wouldn't they, on a Friday night? Be plenty of noise, plenty of atmosphere. We're just happy to be on at the moment as Grant Stewart bowls. And it's edged away for 4 by Joe Weatherly. And this innings becoming quite valuable for Hampshire now. He moves on to 33 from 27 balls.
Yeah, bad luck to the bowler. But third man up, and even if third man had been back, I'm not sure he would have cut that off. It whistled through around about second slip. Let's have a little look at the replay. But as Stewart was in here, it was just, yeah, it was pretty much a regulation catch for second slip. But that's not going to happen in T20 Blast cricket. He gets 4 for it. And this partnership productive for Hampshire, getting them right back in this match at 86 for 3.
Yeah, it was needed, wasn't it? And it's, as you say, productive. As this time around, Weatherly just takes a pace down the pitch. It's Blake again who's in the action and keeps it down to a single. We have a scoreboard lit up. We have a scoreboard lit up, 87 for 3.
There you go. I've been looking at that, thinking, when will that kick into life?
Worth waiting for, wasn't it?
Yeah, Paul Downton's just put his 50p in the meter.
A florin, as Grant Stewart bowls to Lewis McManus. Jack leaning herring in, and it's a single. Throws into Ollie Robinson, who takes it high above his head. There's one more run. It's 88 for 3, and if Ken had the best of things in the power play overs, Hampshire are coming back into this quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, just an indication with the lacquer gone off the ball, perhaps not quite so much movement. McManus, I thought, played sensibly, and Weatherly certainly giving the innings some impetus. And they've got the big hitting Fuller to come. Ian Holland can give it a whack as well, so it's laying a bit of a platform. You'd think maybe carry on playing this way to 15 overs and then look to put the pedal to the metal.
Imran Kayam is returning, coming back into the attacks at a couple of overs. He's bowling at the pavilion end. He's bowling to Lewis McManus, who sets off for a single, stops, sets off again, stops again. Matt Milnes prevents any run at all. So it remains 88 for 3 with Lewis McManus on 23, Joe Weatherly on 34. Here's Kayam bowling to McManus, who's pushing down to Alex Blake, like a magnet at the moment. Blake, as you say, get those best fielders in those positions. It's in the game all the time.
Well, he's been quiet during the Bob Willis Trophy, hasn't he? He's got a white ball contract only. Might as well get the value for money out of the boy.
Yeah, a month's damn hard work as Imran Kayam comes in. A reverse lap, this time from Weatherly. He's not going to pick up a boundary for it. It's a Callum Haggett down there who almost goes over. I think they've come back for 3 here. My word, I thought I was going for 4.
Yeah, I guess in a televised game with a third umpire, you'd probably have a little check at
have
that.
A look at that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think he probably did well enough.
There's Imran Kayam then. Left arm around the wicket, bowling to McManus, who pushes back to the bowler, who takes a tumble, fields of his own bowling. And a dot ball it is. I don't like to say this, I think I've just felt just a drop of moisture on my forehead, and it's not sweat. As Kayam is in to McManus, who's, surprise, surprise, picking out Alex Blake.
Yeah, it's got appreciably colder, hasn't it?
Has.
The breeze has picked up, it's got colder. Could be on its way. We'll just keep our fingers crossed and hope that the umpires continue, especially if it's light.
Well, the floodlights are on. The floodlights are very bright. It really is quite dark at the moment. as Imran Khan just pulls that one down a little bit. It's pulled away through mid-wicket for a single. Joe Weatherly 38, Lewis McManus 25, 14 overs gone. Hampshire approaching three figures, 94 for 3 with 6 overs to go.
Yeah, the partnership there, you see the strap at the bottom of the screen, 66 off 53 with Weatherly 38 off 30. McManus better than run a ball as well. And you can see the early partnerships. In contrast, this one. So a terrific effort from these two young players. They've still got a bit of work to do, though. Can be relatively happy if they'd taken would have taken 94 for 3 at this stage, I think. But it is a platform for that middle order.
I think at the end of the power play, they most certainly would have taken 94 for 3. Hampshire and a spot of bother at that point, but these two, Weatherly and McManus, have rebuilt steadily. They've rebuilt well. As Matt Milnes starts a new over from the Nackington Road end. Single to Joe Weatherly off the first ball, takes him to 39.
Real feature of Kent's outfielding has been how quickly the guys on the boundary have attacked the ball. A lot of times Hampshire have just dropped it in, kind of getting towards the ball, getting towards the edge of the circle, and they'd be thinking about hurrying back for 2, but as soon as the Spitfire fielders have seen that ball just turned off a hip, they've been herring in and preventing a second run. It's been really impressive.
Here's Matt Milnes bowling to Lewis McManus, who's picking out Kel Surprise. Alex Blake down at long on, and they will get a single. You reckon in the old days some of these would have been 2 runs?
Yeah, without question. I think the speed between the wickets, that's been around for a number of years, you know, turning 1s into 2s, but the speed they come off the fence has been really impressive.
Milnes is bowling to Weatherly, who's trying to pull this one down to fine leg, but it's actually been called a wide by the silverhead, the increasingly silverhead Nigel Long, formerly of this parish, of course. Yeah,
very fine player, Nigel Long. Incredibly fine white ball player, limited overs player. Brilliant fielder. I mean, just thinking of the Jordan Coxes and the Alex Blakes, Nigel Long would have been right up there as a fielder.
Here's Milnes bowling to Weatherly, who's on 39, moves on to 40. As Alex Blake is in the action yet again. I
first came into the Kent squad with Nigel Long, having already been pretty well established, and always second team cricket, he always used to have this trick where he's at third slip, the ball go down to third man, and he'd just amble after it, try and tease the batsman into taking him on, taking the old arm on.
Milnes is in. Slower ball, and Lewis McManus can't catch up with it. 26 he remains, 26 from 26 run a ball, yeah, 98 for 3.
He'd just have a little look over his shoulder, Nigel Long. He'd be running down to the boundary going, go on, I'll just jog here, try and tease them into taking a third. Not everyone would know how good his arm was, and he'd just pick it up, flap it in, and someone would run out by 5 yards, and he'd just shrug his shoulders.
Fine batsman too, wasn't he, Nigel Long? As Milnes bowls to McManus. Yeah, that... And he's gone. Well, that almost seemed to happen in slow motion. Alex Blake, he had to be in the action sometime or other taking a catch. He's done so much ground fielding, and there he is. And that is a pretty timely breakthrough for the Kent Spitfires. 98 for 4 as Lewis McManus goes. It's right off the bottom of the bat. Sounded like a golf shot. Sounded horrible. And no mistake at all from Alex Blake. The end of a pretty decent innings, though, from Lewis McManus. And it is now 98 for 4.
Yeah, partnership of 71 comes to an end. Straightforward catch from Alex Blake. Good bowling from Milnes. Got it really full. Difficult to get underneath. And you're right about the sound it made. It wasn't that kind of gunshot that we heard earlier for that pulled 6. It was a bit of a gadank, wasn't it? Hit the low on the bat. Blake with a straightforward catch. But he played his hand, McManus. 26 off 27. He's trying to see who the new batsman is. Is it Fuller?
Well, we had James Fuller down as coming in next at number 6 for Hampshire.
I think it is.
And he is a man who, as you say, number 26, James Fuller, can do quite a lot of damage in quite a short space of time with the bat.
Yeah, powerful striker, fast bowler by trade, but hits a long ball.
He's not on strike though, batsman crossed. So it is Weatherly who again is beaten outside the off stump. So terrific over that from Matt Milnes. Daniel Bell-Drummond will be happy calling him back into the attack. Wicket taken, 98 for 4 with 5 overs to go. Terrific over.
So you can see there, floodlights taking full effect. It's really gloomy. But, the ground is well lit up by these floodlights. The light won't be an issue, but the drizzle might. Just 1 or 2 spots coming down. Having said that, if it stays like this, we'll get a game in.
I would say that from those pictures we've seen there, it doesn't quite feel so bad down here on the boundaries edge as Imran Khayyam starts another over. I make it his 4th and final over.
Yeah, definitely starting to spit though. It's getting heavier.
Oh, I can see it now, yeah.
Yeah, it's a concern.
I'm afraid it is, if the radars are correct. It's not looking too clever. Khayyam fields off his own bowling, no run. James Fuller, who's just come to the crease, who's joined Joe Weatherly, doing a great job, Weatherly on 40 for Hampshire, who are 98 for 4.
Yeah, it's the kind of rain, Steve, that you probably wouldn't go off. But the question is, after the 20 overs, you get a 15-minute turnaround. Would they come back out if it was drizzling like this? You'd like to think yes, but not many umpires do.
Hard to imagine that they would come back out in this as Imran Khayyam bowls, strikes Weatherly on the pad. Gives it a pretty decent appeal. Not for the first time today, Imran Khayyam. And I'm afraid it's the same result from the umpire. The finger stays where it is. 99 for 4, Hampshire. Imran Khayyam, 2 balls remaining of his final over. No wicket for 20. As Joe Weatherly pushes away into the mid-wicket region for another single. 41 from 35. The Hampshire 100 is up. 100 for 4 with 1 ball remaining of the 16th over. A grimace from Nigel Long. Doesn't look too happy out there. James Fuller pulls away to Jordan Cox, who's out there patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. Fuller goes to 2. It's 101 for 4. Imran Khayyam is done for the day. 4 overs for Imran Khayyam, and Hampshire 101 for 4 with 4 overs to go. Weatherly still there, 41. Fine, not this. 35 balls. Just been joined by James Fuller on 2.
Yeah, good spell from Khayyam. Looks like Klassen's going to get another go into the attack, but just looking at that lineup, Holland, Curry, still plenty of batting to come for Hampshire, but 100 has taken a while to be brought up. 4 overs remaining. I think Kent will be very happy with this situation. Perhaps not the weather, but they feel that they've got Hampshire where they want them.
I think these floodlights here, they're so good, they're playing a trick on me. I really feel like I'm almost looking into sunlight, and I certainly am not, as Fred Clarkson runs through the drizzle to bowl to James Fuller, who tucks this one off his hip. Down to Matt Milnes, who trots in off the square leg boundary.
Yeah, we are in August, aren't we? It feels a little like late October.
Well, I don't actually know what day it is. I don't know what month it is. I mean, this feels like it's April. It's the first time I've been here this summer. The finals day for this competition is going to be in October. I don't know where I am. What day is it? Is it Thursday today?
Yeah, 27th. It's Thursday, 27th of August. Feels anything like an August day.
As the next delivery from Fred Clarkson, he's got the better of Joe Weatherly there, who ends up in an ungainly looking pose trying to reach for the ball. He doesn't catch up with it.
Just see Nigel Long there looking over the Colin Cowdrey stand. That's where it tends to come from here. He'll know that from years of having played here. It looks pretty filled in.
It does look filled in, and so did Nigel Long's face when he was looking skyward as Weatherly picks up a single down to Matt Milnes on the square leg boundary.
You're not suggesting Nigel Long's had some work done, Steve?
No, I'm suggesting he was pulling a rather sad, concerned, worried looking grimace that look at it, you see what I mean, look.
Yeah, it's not a face that's had any work done.
You want change if it has, don't you? Fred Clarkson short a ball. James Fuller is looking to swat that away. Doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Ollie Robinson. Another good over this.
Yeah, Klassen's used the short ball well, hasn't he? Picked up that wicket earlier of Munsey, wasn't it? Went for the hook and picked out Jack Leaning. Good catch, and his short ball looks appreciably quicker.
Just beginning to rain a little bit more heavily, I'm afraid, as Fred Clarkson's in, bowling to Fuller, who's going to get a single down to Zach Crawley at mid-off with, 3 overs to go, 3 overs and a ball. Prediction is we'll get through this innings and then we might be waiting a while.
Yeah, do we have a plan if we don't get a second innings? Is it you and me kind of karaokeing, or what do we do?
Karaoke? Any requests? Oh, I heard a great song driving down here today as Clarkson comes in, bowls to Weatherly. He'll be hoping to get himself to a half century. It'll be deserved as well. He moves on to 43 with that single, and it's 105 for 4. Prince, Raspberry Beret drop. Oh, what a tune! What a tune! 3 overs to go in the innings.
The kind you find in a second-hand store.
Indeed. When it was warm.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be too long for this. Mark Newell just hesitating. He's Nigel Long is walking to square leg, but it's really starting to come down now.
Ground staff are poised as well, aren't they?
Yeah, the umpires are coming together. The ground staff right by the covers, and of course the head groundsman here, Adrian Long, Nigel Long's brother, and he is waving. He's waving the brother on. So disappointment here with Hampshire, 105 for 4. Just 3 overs remaining in their innings. So Kent bang on top of this match, and the forecast wasn't good, and sure enough the rain has arrived. So Jack Leaning just shrugs, can't quite believe it, because as I say, Kent on top, and unfortunately I don't anticipate getting much more cricket this afternoon. We'll hope, and of course we won't be going home anytime soon, because if we do get a break in this weather, we'll get back out there. The groundsman will no doubt do a terrific job, but the forecast is not good, and the rain that had been promised has arrived. Yeah, arrived a little bit more urgently than I was expecting as well. I was really rather hopeful of finishing this innings. I think Joe Weatherly probably was as well on 43. He's played a good hand here. He's faced 38 balls. He's had to rebuild. He's had to guide things. Firstly with Lewis McManus, and then more recently with James Fuller. So it's 105 for 4. Now officially with 3 overs of the Hampshire innings remaining. With the forecast, if it's anything like correct, it will be the end of the Hampshire innings. George Munsey, he was dismissed for 19. Tom Alsop, he went for 4. Terrific catch that by Jordan Cox over his shoulder. Sam Northeastern was a bonus wicket really to run out the direct hit from Fred Clarkson. Sam Northeast going for 2. Joe Weatherly, Lewis McManus, they then rebuilt until McManus got one right off the bottom of the bat facing Matt Milnes, and a catch was taken very safely by Alex Blake, who's been extremely busy at long on. James Fuller not long at the crease. He has 4 from 7 balls. Joe Weatherly, I'm sure he deserves a 50 here. He's played really well. Hampshire 105 for 4, as I say. If the forecast is correct, we're not going to see any more of this Hampshire innings. No, and just looking at the Kent bowling performances, because there have been some terrific ones. Matt Milnes, arguably the pick, 3 overs, 2 for 10 for him. Klassen also excellent, 1 for 12 off his 3. And Imran Khayyam didn't take a wicket, but none for 22. So some economical figures. Callum Haggett's gone at 9s, Grant Stewart just a little over 7s, and Alex Blake just that solitary over up top. His over costing 10. 4 dot balls. There was that 6 and a 4, of course. So frustration for Kent, and it does look like it's filled in. The groundsmen are bringing on yet another sheet. But, there are the bowling figures, and you can see the groundsmen doing their bit. And who'd be a groundsman, eh? On and off with the covers. Do your back in. Yeah. I'm just looking at my free rain radar here. Not paying for this. Yeah, there are some gaps in there, but I don't think there's anything long enough, should that be correct, to get the ground dried off, to get the covers sopped up, to get the outfield roped, and probably to get back out there. So it's not looking wonderful at the moment. It's one of those horrible occasions when the weatherman, you want him to be wrong. You want him to be so wrong. And I'm afraid he's not at the moment. So rain is set in. It really did come in quite quickly, and it's raining steadily at the moment. I wouldn't say heavily, but it's raining steadily, and if all forecasts are to be believed, free or not,
this is where it's staying for a good while, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we will thank our partners and sponsors, and we'll run some ads, and we will maybe try and catch up with some Kent players before too long. If this rain looks like it's going to be set in for a while and there's no play imminent, we'll try and catch up with one or two. But in the meantime, we will take a little break, and you'll hear from us in a short while. Well, welcome back to the Spitfire ground. 105 for 4, 17 overs of the Hampshire innings completed. We've lost no time at the moment, and it looks like the players are good. We're going to get underway in about 7 or so minutes' time. Ground staff doing their thing. The rope is going round, and the cover's just the one sheet on the ground at the moment, and hopefully that'll be off before too long. But for those of you just joining us, we had the opportunity to speak to head coach Matt Walker a little bit earlier. Here's what he had to say. Looks like we're having one or two technical difficulties with the Matt Walker interview. If we do get it, someone will let me know in my ear and we will play it to you. But just to recap what's happened so far, Kent winning the toss, opting to bowl first, no great surprise given the forecast, and they had a pretty decent start. Tom Alsop went early, caught Jordan Cox, bowled Matt Mills for 4. Sam Northeast was brilliantly run out by Freddie Klassen for 2. George Munsey made a quick fire 19, some good shots in that, albeit off 21 deliveries, and Lewis McManus 26 off 27. That constituted a good partnership, McManus and Weatherly. They added 71 for the 4th wicket, and Weatherly remains unbeaten. He's 43. James Fuller's alongside him. I did promise you that Matt Walker interview. Here he is now. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just, it's corporate agent. Right. Matt, I'm watching the boys warm up today. They look in decent fettle. They're very much looking forward to this competition.
Yeah, I think everyone does, don't they? I think it's the time of the year where everyone gets very excited. T20, it's that period where everyone wants to be involved, and it's high pace, high tempo, exciting cricket. We had a good four weeks of 4-day cricket. Boys have played really good, some really good cricket. There's a couple of good results, and we're coming to this format in a really good spot.
How difficult is it to pick your final 11 with everyone champing at the bit to play?
Yeah, it's always tricky, and will be tricky. I think across all our formats, we've got a squad developing now that is very competitive amongst each other. All want to play. It's been a highlight. I suppose the positive thing of this year is that we're able to give younger players opportunity. There's no overseas. There's England players unavailable, so players will get opportunity. But everyone wants to play. Everyone wants to play T20. It's getting trickier, certainly, but we've picked a side we think will win this game, and it's not to say we won't change it around during the competition, but looking forward to it.
And one or two one-day specialists. Just seen Alex Blake kick an errant football behind you there, collect it up. Good to welcome the likes of him back. Yeah, it's been frustrating and quite a tough period for Alex, who's sort of first year in a white ball contract. It's new to us. It would have been interesting to see from the start of the season, in normality, how that would have worked, but he's had not much cricket, but definitely looking forward to coming back, and nice to add a bit of new blood into the team. He'll inject certainly some skill and some energy and some experience along with Imran Qayyum, and I know they're absolutely bursting at the seams to get going. So that was Matt Walker a little bit earlier. We'll, if we get any more rain interruptions, we'll bring you the rest of what he had to say. It was a nice little chat with Walks, who's pretty pleased with life. Kent going well in the Bob Willis Trophy. Really looking forward to this competition. And Steve, they're in handily placed here as we're about to get underway at 105 for 4. They are. I wasn't expecting this so soon, I must admit, as Grant Stewart begins the 18th over. As Weatherly just pushes this one off his legs 4 and moves to 47. On the verge of a well-deserved half-century. I was saying it about 15-20 minutes ago, didn't think he was going to get the opportunity to get his 50. Yeah, and just an important time for Kent as well, because a lot of us thought that might be it for the day, given the forecast we've seen. You can resign yourself as a fielding unit, especially in a strong position, or maybe that's it. Suddenly, rain stops, you're back out there. Stewart's got to hit his straps. Weatherly's on 47 as Grant Stewart bowls to him. Callum Haggett manages to prevent that one doing any more damage, and a single is accrued. Weatherly moves on to 48. How difficult is it to restart with 3 overs to go? Then that's the general school of thinking is this is tough on the batting side, but you're saying difficult for the fielding side too. Yeah, I think tough for everybody. That's why you've got to keep your mind very much in gear. It's easy to switch off and think your day might be done. It's not the case. Here's Grant Stewart.
who bowls the slower one, the slower bouncer, and it is called a no ball. But that's on height, so no free hit.
Yeah, I don't think there was too much doubt about that one. Bang that in. It was a foot over the batsman's head. So Stewart needs to locate a line and length here.
Here he is again, bowling to Fuller, who's managed to pick out Alex Blake of all people, who's fielding in front of an empty Frank Woolley stand. Just one of our camera operators up there, and that is it. The green seats at the top, the white seats at the bottom, all empty. There we are. Makes me feel a little bit sad, you know. But there's Alex Blake in front of there. Busy man down the noses at practice wickets there as Grant Stewart, 113 for 4. Runs into bowl to Joe Weatherly, who's on 48. He's going to look for a couple. He's not going to get them. It's Fred Clarkson, who's out there on the square leg boundary, picks up. So it's just a single, 49, 114 for 4.
Yeah, good bit of work from Clarkson. Good run out from him, getting rid of Sam Northeast earlier in the innings. And a real feature of Kent's play so far has been their ground fielding. The good catches to boot, but they've been lightning fast across the turf.
Yeah, been superb in the field so far. The Spitfires got to finish it off here as Stewart bowls to Fuller, who knocks it down to long arm. Alex Blake not able to completely take clean. It was a good stop, and there's no further damage in the single.
Yeah, the other thing to mention is that not huge amounts of rain fell, but enough to make this ground a little bit slippy. You saw there the ball was hit hard by Fuller, really skidding off the turf. Blake did well to get his body behind it and keep them down to a single.
Final ball of the 18th over as Weatherly goes aerial, and Weatherly goes big, and Weatherly goes to 50. And a fine innings it's been as well. Hampshire were in a spot of bother, but he's rebuilt, firstly with Lewis McManus. He's now with James Fuller, and it's a good half century, really good, really important half century for Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, what a way to bring it up as well. 4 fours, 2 sixes. And as we see that one hit down the ground, that was the one from Fuller. It was the next one which went out the park. So get a little look at it now. I'm sure we'll bring it to you at some point. But a fine innings, 55 or 42, just what his side needed. Came in at 22 for 2. And we are going to see him bring up the 50. There we go. Went right across outside off stump for the kind of lap slog and got a good piece of it bouncing around in the green seats.
Got a nice big piece of it as Fred Clarkson bowls to Fuller, who I'm sure's got an edge on that. He has, and he's caught behind. Heard it from here. Straight through to Ollie Robinson, who makes no mistake. James Fuller, who can do big damage, particularly at the back end of an innings, is gone. He's gone cheaply. He's gone for 6. Called by Ollie Robinson from the bowling of Fred Clarkson. And yet again, the Kent Spitfires have chipped in with a pretty crucial wicket at a very crucial time.
Yeah, timely wicket. 27-year-old Klassen. Played 4 one-day internationals and T20 international, 21 of those for Holland, showing his experience there. He's bowled well, decent pace. Mixed it up over the wicket early on. He was looking to swing it and bring it back into the right hand, and now round the wicket, looking to mix his pace up, hit the deck. He's got wickets, 3 of them, and a run out. He's having a pretty decent day, Fred Klassen.
He's having a superb day, isn't he? 121 for 5. But Joe Weatherly's still there. He has 55 from 42 balls. And don't forget Hampshire and indeed Kent Spitfires today, both missing some big names, some crucial names. It's Ian Holland who's come in. It's going to be Holland to Holland, isn't it? Bowling to Holland here.
Yeah, very good, Steve. Nothing gets past you, does it?
Well, I've had
the Dutchman.
I've had 5 months to think of it. 5 months to come up with some witticisms. I've tried my best.
No, I like that one.
So Fred Clarkson just with the old sweatband on top of his forehead, and there's no sweat going on down here. Pretty chilly underneath our little canopy just in front of the Lime Tree Cafe as Clarkson bowls to Ian Holland, who gets this one away behind square down to the third man area, and he picks up a single.
Yeah, it's going to be Holland's job. Get Weatherly on strike as much as possible. Put the bad ball away. See if they can get Hampshire up to 145-ish, something like that. Something to bowl at, isn't it? Maybe that's asking a bit much. Maybe 140.
It's going to be another one of these Kent-Hampshire T20 matches, which is not going to be particularly high scoring. It's been a bit of a theme in recent years as Clarkson comes in, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Weatherly, who's on 55, batted nicely. Crucial innings for his team. Jack Leaning is the fielder, and it's a single. 123 for 5.
Yeah, I was very aware of what Jack Leaning could offer with the bat. I knew he was a good player, but what I didn't know is he was quite so quick around the turf in the field. He's been excellent. He's been part of a very fine Kent fielding effort up till now.
Clarkson pretty much kicked it all off with that direct run out earlier on. He's bowling this time around to Holland, who plays this one out to the square cover boundary, and will pick up another run. As you say, his job really is to give as much of these last 8 balls for Joe Weatherly to face as possible. Weatherly, who's on 56, as Clarkson turns at the Nackington Road end. Currently not in drizzle. Very pleasant surprise. Bowls to Weatherly, who smashes this one away in front of the mid-wicket area, and he got that a good goal connection there and picks up 4 runs and moves on to 60. 128 for 5.
Well, there was the 6 that went into the houses, into the apartments on the same side of the ground, but I think this was hit even more sweetly. Really just flew off the bat, made that lovely cracking sound like a rifle shot. And Jack Leaning probably only had about 10-15 yards to make, and he was never getting there. So Joe Weatherly just going into overdrive here, 60 off 44. 7 balls of this innings remaining, and this 140, 145 well within reach.
It's on, isn't it? Bit of a conflab as skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond had a word with Clarkson, who's now in to bowl to Weatherly, who's looking to play that away on the leg side. Squirts away backward a square on the offside, but a run it is. 61 for Weatherly. Final over on the way. He's kept strike as well, crucially, and it's 129 for 5.
And news just reaching us that the interval, Steve, is just going to be 10 minutes, so they'll get round quickly. 10-minute interval, Kent resume, and then it's 5 overs to constitute a match. 5 overs of Kent's innings. So from looking like at one stage when that rain was first coming down that we thought that might be curtains, suddenly we're looking like there could be a full allocation of points up for grabs all of a sudden. Still looking murky, floodlights still taking full effect, but we're optimistic all of a sudden that we're going to get a game in.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be saying that even 15 minutes ago. Thought that was curtains, got to be honest. But don't want to curse things here, but the cloud has just lifted, just a tiny bit brighter, as the final over is underway. It's been bowled by Matt Milnes. Wide is called. Not a tricky call that for Mark Newell. So we still have a full over to go. The 20th and final over of this Hampshire innings, 130 for 5. Nigel Long still pulling his rain face there, even though it's brightened up quite nicely. I don't want to say too much more, I'm going to jinx this. Here's Milnes running away from the pavilion end to bowl to Joe Weatherly, who slices this one down to third man, and he's got enough on it to take it for 4 with a couple of bounces. So Weatherly, who, as we mentioned a few balls ago, Hampshire would desperately want on strike for this final over. He is. There's been a wide, and to start the over proper, 4 runs down through third man.
Yeah, a bit too much width from Matt Milnes of both those deliveries. Won the wide and then able to just free his hands and flay it away. Bit of an outside edge, but Hampshire will take it all at the moment.
Have we had a look at the other games, see how the rain's going elsewhere? We'll come back to that in a second as Matt Milnes comes in to bowl to Weatherly, who's pulling through the mid-wicket region. Time this as nicely as some of his other shots in that direction, but he will pick up a couple. So another 2 runs to Weatherly onto 67, 136 for 5. I suppose you can read anything on that phone. Massive crack on the screen. What happened there?
Yeah, it was a Chelmsford. Essex Kent, first game of the season, had it on my lap, covering that match, and it fell off. That was that.
Mills is into Joe Weatherly, who takes a step or two down the pitch, almost yorks himself in the end. Bit of width on it, so he gets it to Grant Stewart. Backward point for a single.
Middlesex 184 for 5 against Essex at Chelmsford, so that's a pretty decent effort. Lancashire Lightning 171 for 1 against Durham, and they have 14 balls remaining. So Keaton Jennings 96 from 57 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes.
Almost the forgotten man, Keaton Jennings, as Matt Milnes is in. Ball into Ian Holland, who's just going to get the one. Bottom of the bat, that one. There's that clunky sound, as I'm afraid to say. There is some drizzle sprinkling again. Let's hope it's all it is. 2 balls remaining of this over. We will complete the Hampshire innings and hope upon hope, this rain is staying away, or is light enough to get a game in, as Milnes bowls a much slower ball through to Robinson. And that is the end of Joe Weatherly's very fine knock for 68. Slower ball, looking to pull it around the corner. Gets a bit on it through to Ollie Robinson. A damp squib to a fine innings from Joe Weatherly. He's gone for 68 from 49 balls. Hampshire would be in a rather large hole without it.
Yeah, played a fine hand, Joe Weatherly, just getting undone here. He likes to get across. We've seen that a couple of times. Hit some big sixes by going across outside that off stump and getting that kind of front foot pull stroke slog sweep out. But 68 off 49. Far and away his side's best efforts, and Hampshire indebted to him because their innings have looked pretty sick without his contribution.
Certainly would. 1 ball remaining, 138 for 6. The Hampshire score. Scott Curry as the new batsman, very elaborately winds up for something. I'm not quite sure what. Makes no contact. Ollie Robinson misses the stumps, and he comes through for a bye. So just a 1 ball for Scott Curry to face. He faced it, he missed it, but there's a run on the board, and that concludes Hampshire's innings. 138 for 6. Sad news is it's now raining more heavily, and umpires are looking like going to pull the stumps out of the ground here because the ground staff are coming back on with the sheets. So it is just raining a little bit more heavily. It is tantalisingly a little bit brighter up above, looking over towards the hospital side of the ground. But rain it is at the moment, but we have at least concluded the Hampshire innings, and as you were saying just a few moments ago, 5 overs needed of the Spitfires innings here, so we do have much more chance of a result than maybe we were expecting half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, we got a chance, but you talk about the rain falling tantalisingly so. It just has that horrible feel again, doesn't it, where it's kind of closed in all around us, but we haven't lost any time as yet, just the 5 overs required, so we'll hang around, and if we can get an opportunity, you never quite know what Duckworth Lewis is going to spit out as a target if it is a reduced game, but you'd fancy Kent in a 5 over run chase.
Well, now, can I ask you this, when you were a captain, did Duckworth Lewis ever surprise you? You think you've got a good handle on it and it does something you're not expecting?
Yeah, it does, especially if kind of wickets fell early on and then it rains and you think, well, surely they take those wickets into account, and then all of a sudden they go, hold on a second, they must have about 25 more than we thought. Is this right? I think by and large, everyone in the game accepts that it's a far better system than what happened before. So it's so well established up with Lewis that you just kind of, oh yeah, whatever it says, it's about right. But yeah, didn't always necessarily agree with it.
Kent Spitfires bowling analysis on the screen for you just a second ago. Alex Blake bowled the first over with his occasional offies. No wicket for 10 from that opening over to kick off the Vitality Blast here at the Spitfire ground for 2020. Matt Milnes, standout figures, 4 overs, 3 for 19, economy rate less than 5. Fred Clarkson, very good, 2 for 20 from 4 overs. Grant Stewart, no wicket for 38. Callum Haggett, 3 overs, no wicket for 27. And Imran Khayyam, 4 overs, no wicket for 22. So a good day in the field for the Kent Spitfires. 140 will be the initial victory target. We'll wait to see what Duckworth Lewis says on that when we can get a start time. 139 for 6, Hampshire's final total. And the standout innings, Joe Weatherly 68 from 49 balls with 6 fours and a couple of sixes.
Yeah, it's 140 the target. You think that will be well within Kent's compass. Just fingers crossed that we are going to get some play. But in the meantime, we'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for all their support as always. And we're going to leave you with a few of their adverts. We'll be back very shortly. Well, as you can see, the ground staff are taking the covers off. It is still raining, but it's not very heavy. But if you are just joining us, 139 for 6 Hampshire made. Kent will be in pursuit of 140 overs. Of course, if we lose a lot of time for rain, then Duckworth Lewis will do its thing, and there will be a revised target. But the first thing that has to happen is that the rain has to stop, and we have to get back out there. So the Hampshire players are warming up. That's Adrian Long, Nigel Long's brother, head groundsman here at Kent, and his team. They'll be doing their thing to make sure that we do get back out. I'm pleased to say that the rain is just dying off a fraction, still just a little bit of drizzle in the air, but the Hampshire players are making their way out to warm up. So that's encouraging. But if you are just joining us and you've missed any of the action so far, we can show you some highlights now, and we'll be back with this live as soon as we get some cricket. Here are some highlights. Experience from him.
Milnes is in again. This one's aerial. Are we going to have our first wicket of the last 2020?
Experience from him.
Well, the good news is here at the Spitfire ground, the Hampshire team are out, warming up, fully expecting a restart at any moment. Ground staff still clearing the covers away. The extra bit of good news is it is now considerably brighter up above. When we do get going, Kent Spitfires chasing 140 for victory from 20 overs. Even with my maths, Rachel Riley, I am not, but that is exactly 7 runs per over. So that'll be the run rate Kent are chasing here. The Spitfires will be, I'm sure, very confident in managing it. So 140 the victory target. Ground staff continue to work away. As I say, it is a little bit brighter, and the rain has just about maybe a tiny bit of drizzle in the air, but nothing that can stop us if it stays this light. So the Hampshire players are out doing a few warm-ups. They're certainly getting ready for a start very shortly. Hopefully we'll be seeing 2 umpires and Kent's opening batsman. In fact, Daniel Bell-Drummond has just appeared at the top of the players' steps, so he'll be on his way shortly. So in just a few moments we'll be back with some live cricket here at the Spitfire grounds to Lawrence, the opening match of the Vitality Blast 2020. Spitfires chasing 140 for victory against Hampshire. Our continued thanks to all of our partners.
From your kids' school, the buildings on your way home, the place you live and the places we cherish, Redec and their award-winning team have been refurbishing, redecorating, protecting and conserving buildings, churches, railway stations, colleges, cafes and castles across the county of Kent for over 30 years. Redec, Chartered Building Contractors of Kent.
Are we still allowed that 2-week notice? Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, no problem. Lovely. Yeah, really cool. We'll do that. Thanks, Pat. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
Back with us live at the Spitfire grounds. We have the umpires already in the middle. Ground staff are still working away. Got a sheet to remove yet, and a little bit of light rolling is going on. We have Daniel Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley waiting to cross the boundary rope, chasing 140 for victory in this opening Vitality Blast game.
Yeah, the man on left of your picture, 267 the last time he went out, so he's chasing, well, just a few over half of what he achieved by himself last time, albeit different format, but he must be full of confidence. Zach Crawley, what an innings that was. Daniel Bell-Drummond alongside him, Kent standing captain. He'll have international aspirations of his own, and there's nothing like seeing your mate go and achieve something to think, yep, I'd like a piece of that. So I think a lot of these Kent young batsmen, and Daniel Bell-Drummond's not so young anymore, but he's still got his best years ahead of him, Kent will think. Pretty inspired by what Zach's achieved in this last week.
Yeah, the Sky commentators were running out of superlatives, were they not? I must admit, I even got to the point, obviously know Zach a little bit, and being a Kent lad as he is, absolutely made up I was in front of my TV, vegetating on, when was it, Sunday? Saturday, I can't remember now, but absolutely delighted, pleased as punch, and even in the end I thought, okay, Nas, you can just leave it a little bit now. We get the message. He's a really, really good prospect, we know that, but it really was a terrific moment, wasn't it? And pretty much a complete innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see that much of it. I saw the highlights, but what I liked was the fluency with which he played, the positivity of his mindset. You know, he wasn't going to let someone like a Mohammed Abbas bowl at 77, 78 miles an hour, hit a sixpence and challenge his outside edge. He was coming down the wicket to him, he was coming down the line of off stump, he was taking it to the bowlers in a brave fashion, but not a reckless fashion, and that's very much the kind of catchphrase here at Kent. You know, it's brave cricket, but not reckless cricket. That's how they want their juniors playing, that's how they want their first team playing, and I thought Zach epitomised that, played quite beautifully.
Do you know, I think he's even got a couple of inches taller, such as his stature. I'm sure he's got taller than the last time I saw him in the flesh. Certainly dwarfing Daniel Bell-Drummond as they make their way up to the middle. Ground staff just finishing off duties over in front of the Colin Cowdrey stands. And Kent, the Spitfires, will be chasing 140 for victory. Going to start up with a bit of Chris Wood, are we?
Yeah, Chris Wood, one-day specialist, canny operator, not express by any means, but left arm angle, mixes his pace up, got some good slower balls. I just hope for Zach's sake that Mother Cricket doesn't bite back too hard, because we've all seen it, haven't we? We've got, 267 in a test match against the best that Pakistan have to offer, and then Chris Wood snicks him off. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Here we go.
Still looks extremely youthful, Chris Wood, but there's plenty of experience there as Crawley straight away is off the mark with 4. Clips it over mid-wicket. Fielder interested for a while. That's Mason Crane, but it just had too much. He just hit it too well, didn't he? 4 runs.
Well, I think that's been a real feature, having watched not just the last test innings that he played, but what he's done all summer is how clean he hits it. He's got a pretty decent bat. Gray Nichols will be pretty pleased with the advertising they've got the last week.
Oh, well done. Chris Wood is into Crawley again, who's looking for another 4. He's not going to pick this one up, but Mason Crane just a little fumbled out in front of us, so what may have been 1 certainly becomes 2. And Kent off to a quick start. 6 without loss. A couple of balls gone. Remember that victory target 140, but if rain gets involved, it may not be thus. But 5 overs needed to get a result in this game as Chris Wood runs in from the Nackington Road end, and Zach Crawley, just a little bit of respect, pushes him, pushes the ball back to the bowler. And 6 without loss it remains. What do you do in this situation? You think, do we need a really rip-roaring start, but we mustn't lose wickets? Because you know Duckworth Lewis is probably going to get involved.
I just think you go out and play, you play positively. If the ball's there to strike it, you do that. And Crawley's been in rare touch, so I don't think he's going to play any other way.
A couple of paces down the pitch and 4 more. My goodness me, now that was a shot of a man full of confidence. Confidence pouring out of his ear rolls. 1 pace, pace and a half. And 4 more.
Alex Blake's been busy signalling those 4s, hasn't he? This wasn't the middle of the bat. You can see the bat face just turning. And he was probably trying to just close it a fraction to get it in that gap, but it wasn't out of the screws by any means. But such is the form he's in. He rattles along to 10. And Kent to 10 without loss. Chris Wood looking to try the ball as he got a riposte.
We're about to find out as he bowls to Zach Crawley, who this time goes through extra cover. So we've been leg side, now we're over to the offside. This one isn't going to make it to the boundary, but they are going to think about a third, but not completed. It's going to settle for 2. So Crawley on to 12. He has all of the Spitfires runs, 12 without loss. It's funny how when it's your time, isn't it? Like you said, fully in control. He looked full of confidence taking that shot on the 4 a couple of balls ago, but didn't time it, but it still raced away to the boundary. As Chris Wood, left arm over, bowls to Crawley, who goes up and over, and pretty gun barrel straight, and it is 4 more, and it is 16 after 1 over, all of them to Zach Crawley. Bell Drummond yet to face.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. He's in rare form, isn't he? And he's looks intent to make the most of it as Alex Blake's right arm gets another workout. This the best of the lot, and something we've seen from Zach Crawley over the last few weeks. That maker's name straight bat. He's got those long levers, and he just chipped that really. It was effortless, and back over Chris Wood's head it flew. And I think the exciting thing from not just a Kent perspective, but an England perspective, if he starts to do this in white ball cricket, you know, we think of him very much as a test player at the moment. He's not part of that England one-day bubble. Hence Kent getting the opportunity to play him in the Blast. But imagine if he starts that red ball form in white ball cricket.
He certainly started this one on fire as James Fuller begins the second over, or should be starting the second over, and actually release the ball from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that's one way of going from no runs.
Yeah, it doesn't work, does it? He's still going to do it again.
Yeah, but you just wonder, and I'm being cynical, but perhaps one eye on the weather. Hampshire, no, they haven't got enough. They've just been taken for 16 by Zach Crawley, and James Fuller just... The shaggy-haired James Fuller, another man whose hair hasn't seen a barber, I think, since about March time. I just wonder whether it's experience campaign. If we bowl these over slowly, the rain might come and save us.
Yeah, had a little scratch at the pitch as well, didn't he, as he was just making his way back, as Bell Drummond is off the mark straight away by flicking one off his hip for 4 runs. Just seemed like a nonchalant little flick. It just kept on travelling, and he is off the mark with a 4. So it is 20 without loss.
Yeah, it's classic Bell Drummond. He likes a bit of pace on the ball, Daniel. I always think he'd be a fine player at the next level up because he just plays pace so well. He's that kind of fiddly top of off stump line and length stuff can sometimes cause him problems, particularly in the longer format. But the quicker it comes, often the quicker it goes to the boundary. So, having seen Crawley take 16 off the first, Bell Drummond's in on the act with a 4 from his first delivery.
Was a classic Bell Drummond shot, that wasn't it? The flick off the hip as Fuller is in to bowl to Bell Drummond, who this time around doesn't catch up with it, but it's a wide. So this has already been quite a long over, and we've only actually had 1 ball. So it's 21 without loss. Just what Hampshire don't need here. Can't be giving too many extras away.
Yeah, but again, the cynic in me, if he just keeps bowling wides down the leg side, we're never going to get to those 5 overs, Steve.
Become very cynical since I last saw you. James Fuller is in to Bell Drummond, who's not timing that, and picks out former Kent skipper and Hampshire skipper for this afternoon, Sam Northeast. Still with the number 17 on his back. Head down a little bit, Sam Northeast there. He knows, doesn't he? He knows that 139 is not enough.
Yeah, they're under par, Hampshire. He can clap his hands and bite harder on that gum, but he's going to need someone to pull something out the hat here.
Fuller's into Daniel Bell Drummond. Nice bit of shape on that. Bell Drummond has a little nibble at it. As it moves away, he's beaten, and it's through to the keeper, but no damage done. 21 without loss. It remains. Pleased to see Nigel Long in the background there. Clearly hasn't had enough lunch, but pleased to see that very forlorn looking face has just eased a bit.
Yes. Looks a bit happier with life, doesn't he?
Happier. As Fuller comes in, and Daniel Bell Drummond is down the pitch, and he's knocking this one straight, and he's knocking it for 4. 4 more here. Bell Drummond onto 8, and Spitfires onto 25 without loss. Don't forget, we need 5 overs to be completed to get a result here. And the Spitfires, if no wickets fall, looking to get themselves well in front of the rates.
Terrific shot by Daniel Bell Drummond. Only thing that's striking me, Steve, is these boundaries are bouncing off the boards. It's the lack of crowd, and what a shame it is.
It is a shame. Hope you're enjoying the live stream as Fuller bowls to Bell Drummond. Gets a little bit tied up in knots with that one. No run.
Because you can imagine the atmosphere, can't you? Zach Crawley coming back from England duty, 267, yeah, 16 off the first over. Bell Drummond going whack whack for a couple of boundaries. The place would be rocking, and the Kent faithful would be cheering them on. So we hope you're doing that, listening to the stream, listening to myself, Dave Fortin, and Steve Watts. We miss you.
We do. I can't imagine the buzz I would have got from reading out Zach Crawley's name and the ovation that would have followed it as Fuller bowls to Bell Drummond, who screams no, no, no to Crawley. Don't you know I am? There's no run there, and it is now raining again. It's light, but it is raining currently. Please, Lord, 3 more overs. 25 without loss, Spitfires.
And to put my cynical head back on again, Steve, if you think I have 25 of that loss after 2, you're well under par, offering up a target of 140. If you were just to, with the rain coming, if you were just to slip a few wides down the leg side and just not get to 5 overs, I mean, it looks like it's about, the heavens are about to open. If it meant you got 2 points instead of 0, I know what I'd be asking my bowlers to do.
It's Ryan Stevenson who's going to start a new over. The flame-haired Ryan Stevenson from the Nackington Road end, but a right arm over to Zach Crawley, who dabs this down to third man for a single. It's funny, you know, the difference speaking to someone like yourself, an ex-pro, and here sits the slightly rotund ex-club cricketer. Wouldn't even think of bowling wides in any situation. Just wouldn't think of it. Used to do it, just didn't think about it.
Yeah, look, it's perhaps a little bit naughty, it's gamesmanship, but with the rain around the corner, it's their best chance of getting points.
Bell Drummond is taking a stride down the pitch. He's not connecting with it. There is no run. It is 26 without loss. Somebody somewhere will have those Duckworth-Lewis sheets. Occasionally get them brought to us. I don't know why they bother, I haven't got a clue. But let's see what the 5 over target is for Kent. Duckworth-Lewis 15 at the end of this over. That is on the scoreboard. Now Bell Drummond tries to tickle this one round the corner. Doesn't get it, but it doesn't matter because it's a wide. So another one onto the total. Another wide.
Another wide.
It'll take a bit longer to finish this over.
Sam Northeast is canny and the rain is coming down, and I'm not saying that they're deliberately doing it, but you know, I'd be inclined, maybe they've talked about, you know, don't make it too obvious, but if we bowl 9, 10 ball overs, a couple of wides, it's going to eke these 5 overs out.
Stevenson into Bell Drummond, who's well, he's going to get 4 for that. Almost seemed too easy, that. Just cutting it backward a square, and it just goes to the boundary. No one really moves. 4 more. Bell Drummond onto 12, 31 without loss.
It's just such a strange atmosphere here at the Spitfire ground. It's brilliant to be here, getting front row seats for the action, but just missing the crowd as we see that square cut from Daniel Bell-Drummond. So good off the back foot. We saw that kind of whip pull in the first over that he faced and slicing that one behind square.
2 classic Bell-Drummond shots, both resulted in 4. This time he's trying to flip it over the top of the keeper. Doesn't get it, one that's short of a length. He's trying to just knock that one over the keeper's head. Doesn't get it.
So you're right, Steve, the Duckworth Lewis Stern and 15 is what they'd have to be, I guess, at the end of this over to be, that's without loss, to be ahead. But of course, with 5 overs needed to constitute a game, it's a figure that's slightly redundant at the moment.
It is. Listen, this is not that heavy at the moment, but maybe I'm biased. Daniel Bell-Drummond heaves this one over mid-wicket for 6. So that's going to put Kent Spitfires even further ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis equation. 37 without loss, 18 for Bell-Drummond from 10 balls.
Let's have a little look at this. Daniel Bell-Drummond is heading straight towards our cameraman. Nearly hit him, actually. Square of the wicket. Might be able to get another view from that camera as the ball gets thrown back.
How much would you give for one of those flats there at the moment?
Well, yeah, it's...
So while we enjoy that 6, Bell-Drummond, the next ball is just pushing out Mason Crane, who's on the boundary, square leg, just behind square, and he will pick up a single. Just thinking, if you own one of those flats at the moment, no one is allowed into the ground. You got one of those flats, Freeman House, overlooking the ground. You're standing on your balcony, you're in. Your name is on the list. So that's the end of the that particular over.
What have you got to be in there? 55, 60 is it to own one of those, Steve?
I don't know, but
I'm closing in.
Yeah,
you're thinking the same thing, weren't you? Both of
Yeah.
us it's getting ominously closer.
I like to think of myself as haven't even turned for home yet, but I'm rapidly approaching the final furlong, I think.
I've got about... Yeah, I'm over the final fence, mate, me.
Are you?
On the way to one of those, but if only I could afford them.
He didn't fall over. Chris Wood has switched ends. He's now at the pavilion end bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Big appeal. Massive appeal from Chris Wood. That one really joins in. And Bell-Drummond is going to get a run, is he? Didn't see a signal from the umpire. So that would be a good reason why it wasn't out.
Maybe. It didn't look like he hit it to me. It might just have pitched outside leg stump as well, but it was full, it was straight. But Chris Wood, not renowned for swinging the ball back into the right-hander. So generally everything goes across on the angle, so it has to be very full and very straight for his angle to be hitting. It brings Zach Crawley onto strike. Hasn't had any strike for a while.
He hasn't. But he's looked dash good, the strike he has had, very much continuing from where he left off at the Aegeus bowl as Chris Wood bowls to him. And he pick up a single here, down to deep backwards square. And that takes the Spitfires to 40 without loss. Duckworth Lewis Stern, 21 at the conclusion of this over. So where are we? We get 4 balls to go here, 10 balls, and we've got a result in our hands. Here's Chris Wood again, bowling to Bell-Drummond, who takes a step or two down the pitch, gets it through mid-wicket, gets it for 4 more. Bell-Drummond has moved on to 24, and the Spitfires to 44 without loss.
And Daniel Bell-Drummond looking so uninhibited in this form of the game. You're dancing down the wicket for the second time, another 4 results. You see him in championship cricket sometimes, Bob Willis Trophy cricket, just kind of pushing and poking around on that off stump. And when you see him attacking like this, it's just lovely to see him play with this freedom. And wondering if he could bring some of this into his batting in the longer form.
I wouldn't fancy bowling to him when he's in this mood. I know that it's Chris Wood who's got that job, and this one is pulled aerial. A little bit straighter this time, same result. This is more a wide mid-on. It's 4 more as it crashes into the Colin Cowdery stand, and it's retrieved in front of those Spitfire banners over there. It's 4 more to Bell-Drummond. Just said I don't fancy bowling to him. I still don't. Chris Wood it is who has the unenviable task. Daniel Bell-Drummond on to 28. Just 14 balls faced. It's 48 without loss. Spitfires on the verge of 50 already. As Chris Wood bowls to Bell-Drummond, who doesn't look quite... I was just beginning to think I'm really enjoying watching. I don't quite enjoy that one so much.
He wasn't in the same postcode as that one, was he? He danced down the leg side to give himself a bit of room, and Chris Wood just pushed it a little bit wider. Sometimes bowlers will see a batsman dance outside leg stump and they'll cramp them for room, they'll follow them. Chris Wood went the other way, pushed it wide outside off stump, and Bill Drummond couldn't reach it.
Been around a fair while now, hasn't he, Chris Wood, as he bowls to Bill Drummond, who pulls this one down to a fine leg who's inside the circle. Either side of him, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, Ian Holland with a good stop there, drying the ball on a little rag. That's the other thing that should be taken into account, of course. We've had not copious amounts of rain by any stretch, but the rain did come down for about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and the players are off. And just a little bit slippy and the ball getting a bit greasy, so not easy for the bowling side. And at the moment, Kent making light work of this target of 140. Another 92 runs required. And the key thing is to get through this over.
Can you hear that? The patter of rain on our little gazebo. It's quite a big gazebo, actually. Big gazebo roof. It is coming. No, we just need to get through this over. Now, all the things you've said so far, James Fuller, the very experienced James Fuller.
Very experienced James Fuller. I'd expect a wide or two here.
Yeah.
Because the umpires will be aware if it's an obvious ploy, then they will try and keep them out there because they won't like that. But if it really starts to hammer down.
Here is Fuller. He's going to be bowling to Zach Crawley. Gets this one on the legs. My goodness me, don't you dare bowl there to me. Treated with the disdain I'm afraid it deserved. Flicked away, raced to the boundary for 4 more. Absolutely fluent. Kent Spitfires 50 is up. 50 after 4 overs and 1 ball. Going at 2 a ball currently, the Spitfires. How quickly did that reach the boundary?
Yeah, that flew, didn't it? W.W. Martin nearly needed a new board.
Oh, and they're off. They're off now. This is frustration with a capital F, because we are 5 balls away from getting a result here. It is now coming down pretty heavily, and the umpires have signalled for the ground staff to come on, I think, for the 3rd time in the last hour or so. So this really is frustrating. Duckworth Lewis Stern on the board is showing 22. Spitfires 52, no wickets down. We need 5 more balls to get a result. This is probably the heaviest the rain has been, and the covers, I'm afraid, which are a bit damp, are very shiny at the moment under these floodlights, so it has got considerably darker. It has got a little bit heavier, but you know, funereal around about an hour ago. We've seen 2 more bursts of cricket since then. We only need a tiny bit more.
Yeah, and I guess that's the cause for optimism for Kent. One, the position that they're in. I mean, it's game, set and match, really. If they get back out there, you can't see any way back for Hampshire. Just got to complete 5 more deliveries, so I would imagine the ground staff will earn their corn as soon as the rain abates. They will whisk those covers off. The umpires will do the right thing and get the players back out there. But in fairness, out of consistency, when it rains like this, even though 5 more balls are required, the umpires have got to do the right thing and take them off. But that just brings me back to those kind of wides earlier in the piece. I mean, I don't know how many wides we've had, but my guess is it's 5 or so. And those 5 balls, we might have got a game in by now. So
I was just going to try and look up the extras here. We've had 2 wides, just 2 wides.
Just 2 wides.
But don't forget, we did have the full start as well, didn't we? It was Fuller's first over.
Yes, we did.
We had the full start where he came in and didn't let go of the ball. So that's effectively 3 balls which haven't taken place.
And they're perfectly within their rights to push the limits. I think it, you know, you mustn't be naive to those kind of shenanigans, but you know, you're not breaking any laws. You're just pushing the boundaries a bit.
So that's where we are. 51 without loss. The Kent Spitfires making very light work of a run chase, which is, well, if we go the distance, 140 from 20 overs. The rain's making it look increasingly likely we won't go the distance. Hopefully we will get just a little bit more cricket. Just a little bit is enough. 5 balls required. Well, one thing's for sure, Dave. Zach Crawley, my goodness me, we're waxing lyrical quite rightly about him before this game. Goodness me, the touch he looked. I'm just thinking of that 4 just before they went off. He just flicked behind square on the leg side. It absolutely flew to the boundary. And you mentioned the one a couple of overs ago. He didn't time it at all. It still went like a rocket for 4.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball very well indeed. Lovely shot back over the bowler's head in the first over, and those clips off his legs just flew to the boundary. So the big roller cover coming on in addition to the sheets. That's not a good sign from a Kent perspective. A mention for Daniel Bell-Drummond as well, who's fairly raced to 28. Crawley 22, Bell-Drummond 28, 51 without loss after 4.1 overs. Kent well on their way to reaching this target of 140. The only thing stopping them at the moment is the weather, so we are going to take a break from commentary, and we thank our partners and sponsors for all their support, and we'll run a few of their adverts.
From your kids' school, the buildings on your way home, the place you live and the places we cherish, Redec and their award-winning team have been refurbishing, redecorating, protecting and conserving buildings, churches, railway stations, colleges, cafes and castles across the county of Kent for over 30 years. Redec, Chartered Building Contractors of Kent.
No. I'll stand here. I'll stand in the rain. Yeah, the Queen wave. What is that? Yeah.
Choose freedom, choose adventure, choose leisure.
Well, welcome back to the Spitfire ground. Bad news, you might have seen it, that the game has been abandoned. This rain just keeps coming down. It's really heavy. All the covers are on. And despite the best efforts of the ground staff, it was to no avail. Kent 52 without loss in pursuit of that victory target of 140, but just 4.1 overs possible. And that was the key bit, really, Steve. Needed 5 overs for a game to be completed. Cruel on Kent, who are on course for their first win of the season.
Very, very unkind, because there is no doubt that Kent were going to win this game should we have got to 5 overs. I suppose the big positive here, well, 2 positives. The other game in this group, that's been abandoned as well. So no damage done in that sense. But the really good thing is Kent, I just thought, looked terrific in all departments. Looked very good with the ball, terrific in the field. We only saw Daniel Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley with the bat, but my goodness me, how good did they look? A pair of them, to be honest. All the chat will be about Zach Crawley. How good did Daniel Bell-Drummond look?
Yeah, it was brilliant to see Daniel Bell-Drummond play so fluently. 28 for him. Zach Crawley unbeaten on 22, carrying on that good work from earlier in the week when he made that 267 in the test. So Kent in great nick, that's the positive. I'd like to think at home you enjoyed the stream and that you've enjoyed listening to ourselves. But for now, for me, Dave Fulton, and from Steve Watts, so we are going to bid farewell. We're going to leave you with a man who had an excellent day with the ball and in the field. Here's Freddie Klassen in an interview brought to you courtesy of GoTech.
Here we go then, in 3, 2 and 1. But Fred, this rain is so frustrating. Just a handful of balls required to get a result in this game.
100%, only five to go really. It's excruciating really. The batter's going so well. Zach and Deebs looking timing beautifully, and we've put on a bit of a clinic so far, so it's been good.
Really good start. I mean, looking razor sharp in the field, including your direct hit, of course, for the run out of Sam Northeast.
Yeah, nice to throw down the stumps once in a while. Probably a bit of a fluke, to be fair, but nice to get the early couple wickets as well.
Has that been something that's been worked on quite hard, especially with so much extra downtime this summer, the fielding, because the Spitfires really did look right on it?
Yeah, I think fielding's always been very important for us. Boys working well. We talked about it before the game. It always goes into our preparation, but yeah, you saw it out there. We had a very good. We had a very good atmosphere sort of within our team, and yeah, it was very, very, very good.
Now, how's it been having Zach Crawley back after his magnificent feats for England down at the Ageas Bowl? Certainly the brief look we got at him there with the bat, he looks in magnificent nick.
Yeah, mate, he is exactly the same. He hasn't got to his head, but for me, there's a bit of an aura about him, you know. Found myself just staring at him when he first came over, and he's sort of looking at me a bit weird, but mate, it's great to have him back in the changing room. He's always a great figure to have.
Can the rest of the squad, the rest of the team members, can you feed off that sort of thing when someone's just done something that magnificent in the international arena and they come back to Kent, come back to their county team? Can you really feel that?
Absolutely. You know, he's bursting with confidence. We always known that he's a great player. So I think he's already brought that. But now that I suppose it's coming to fruition and he's done it on the biggest stage, mate, it's great to have him in the lineup. Of course, you feed off that.
How strange has it been here at the Spitfire ground today? Absolutely, well, a handful of us in the ground, but you're doing great things. You know that in normal times on a Friday night, your direct hit would have got the crowd erupting, and just a little trickle, really. How's it been? Yeah, it's sad times, unfortunately. You know, it takes away the buzz a little bit. Obviously, we have to try and create it a little bit ourselves. But you know, there's no crowd, no music. Even the scoreboard was struggling at the start there. You know, but we managed to. We're going nicely as a team, but of course we missed the crowd. You know, there's that atmosphere that the crowd brings under the lights is, you know, best nights I've played for cricket. So. Well, you know the answer to that. If we get to a finals day in October, hopefully there'll be a crowd in. Just to give us a bit more of an idea of how the summer has been up until this point. Obviously, the Bob Willis Trophy's been going for a few weeks now. How's it been for you personally, I suppose, spending a lot of the summer not knowing when you're going to get going? Yeah, it's been strange. I think for a while, like deep into lockdown, I think we're kind of probably not going to get any cricket at all. You're hoping for the best, sort of expecting the worst. Now that it's started, it's been, you know, games coming thick and fast. We're going well on the red ball. You know, hopefully we can win the next game in a couple of weeks' time. Hopefully, if we win that, we might be top of the table and try and make the top 2. But you know, now white ball cricket we're playing every second day, so you know, just games coming thick and fast. You've got to be ready. Do you like that? Are you a fan of that? The games really are, as you say, thick and fast, with 2 competitions to squeeze into such a short amount of time.
Yeah, well, I think as a bowler, 2020 can be up and down. You know, with results you can bowl well and you can go the distance. So that could play into our favour, I suppose. You don't ponder on if you do play a bad game, but then if you have a good game, you could be back, you know, up and down 2 days later. So you got to be switched on. You got to be onto it, and you know, stick together as a team.
Momentum is the cliche, isn't it, that's always dragged out, particularly when it comes to the Vitality Blast T20 cricket. But it does seem more important than ever this year because it is so quick and so condensed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, hopefully, I don't know the chances of us getting back on to get those 5 balls bowled, but you know, we've obviously started well. Even if there's a draw today with the rain, I feel we've started well, and you know, there's a good buzz about the team. So looking forward ahead to Middlesex in 2 days time.
Would that be the objective if you don't get back out there, to think, look, we've put in a terrific performance for a little bit more than half a match, we've got plenty to be positive about? Definitely.
You know, you take a lot of positives from that first innings of ours. You know, as a fielding unit, as the bowlers, you know, Matt Milne's bowled terrific, Grant bowled well, and even, you know, the spinners as well. So Hagsy as well, it's good to see him back. Yeah. It's been a while. You know, all the bowlers bowled with a lot of confidence, and I thought they stuck to their plans, and they're clear and concise. So that's what we want.
And just to finish up with this very tight, very quick schedule for both competitions, we'll be expecting to see quite a few players use a bit of rotation.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we've got 10 games within less than a month, so you know, I think the bowlers on the side's got to be waiting in the wings, ready to go. You know, but not an easy game on the body, bowling especially. So I think there's definitely opportunity for the guys that missed out today.
Okay, well bowled today, well fielded as well, dead eye with that arm, and well, even if we don't get any more, good start for the Spitfires.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.